Good afternoon, everyone. I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky. We're actually going to begin our live coverage of these severe storms that are beginning to move through the state now. Go ahead and pull up the main screen here where you'll see that tornado warning has been issued for northern Kentucky up there in Independence, Rising Sun, Burlington, Walton, Patriot, and Warsaw. So we're starting off hot here with a tornado warning that we have active at this time. Outside of that tornado warning, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning with a 70-mile-per-hour wind threat attached with it. And again, that's going to be entering the Cincinnati area here very soon, and then, of course, across northern Kentucky. Zooming out here across kind of this wild line of storms, you'll see it stretches from south central Ohio to about south central Indiana, and it's going to start turning more southeast here. And again, we have this severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued until 8 p.m. Eastern time for Vanceburg to Flemingsburg, Carlisle, Mount Sterling, Lexington, Moorhead, Olive Hill, and then points to the north there, up there to about Cincinnati, Ohio, and at least our neck of the woods. Am I live on Facebook? Is this not working again? We good? Let's just make sure here. See that I'm live, but it didn't alert anybody. What is going on with Facebook today? Facebook has been very weird. Give me just a moment while I'll share this out, if you guys don't mind. I don't know why Facebook has been so incredibly like inconsistent. Like I don't even see the live on the news feed. Let me go ahead and do this. Okay. Let's see if that worked at least. One sec, guys. Why is it doing that sometimes? I don't know what's been going on with Facebook. Let me refresh my Facebook, guys, just one second. Yes, we do have a tornado warning active up here in pink. So I'll go ahead and kind of zoom in on that for you guys. All right. Make sure we look good. There we go. We do have some cameras over here. Let me go ahead. This is going to be a tornado warning over here. Let me go ahead and I want to check the velocity first before we start messing with all that. Let's check the velocity. Let's get everyone warned first. I don't know why they're smoothing on that. Let me turn that off. There we go. Now we can actually see appropriately. This to me looks like it could be definitely something that's heading toward Cincinnati, Ohio, over in about, let's say, about 10 to 15 minutes there. I don't really see a lot of rotation on the warning for Northern Kentucky and Independence, Rising Sun, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Um, but I definitely see more of it on the Ohio side up there. Is that Lawrenceburg, Kentucky? No, it's Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Sorry to confuse you guys. Yeah, I don't really see a lot of rotation on the Kentucky side. On the camera over here. Here's a good camera we could out of Boone County. Camera is near or just north of Burlington, so it's right around in here. So it would pretty much see anything that could potentially come through there. What app am I using weather-wise? And if you're just now tuning in here, we have a long night of storms ahead that's just now entering the state. We do have two tornado warnings active, as well as a severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable threat tag for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. My mic is going out. How's the sound for everyone else? How's the sound for everyone else? Okay. New tornado warning now exists for Cincinnati, Ohio, down toward Taylor Mill, Independence, Richmond, California. Independence and Taylor Mill are actually included in both of these tornado warnings. Yes, we are live on both Facebook and YouTube as always. Taking a look around here, we have a couple. We have a couple little rotational signatures. These aren't anything overly impressive. Like we have this, I think the one over here toward College Hill, Ohio, Cheviot, Ohio, getting closer to Cincinnati, being Cincinnati about 7 to 8 minutes. That one looks a little bit more impressive to me, although it's still quite wide. The one over here on the Kentucky side, I don't really see a lot of rotation with that one. I think I would be fine with just a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on that one toward Lawrenceburg, Indiana, for Burlington, Kentucky, Independence of Kentucky, and Rising Sun. Just zooming out here once again. Just want to show you guys kind of the overall width of the storm line. This first line is only expected to go into portions of eastern Kentucky, so where the watch is now, and then back out here to eastern Kentucky. This is going to be the path of your first line. So if you're watching from places in central Kentucky, obviously we're really not expecting much for you from this first line. Now, there may be more lines that develop late tonight, going into the overnight hours. And then again, Wednesday, of course, if you guys missed our broadcast earlier, we do have several rounds of storms over the next 72 hours across portions of Kentucky. But as far as this first line, this should stay east of I 65, closer to the I 75 corridor, mainly out there in northern portions of the state and eastern portions of the state. So once again, if you are in west or central Kentucky, we really don't expect this one to be in your neck of the woods today. Again, there may be another round between 2 to 6 a.m. Wednesday morning, and then another round tomorrow evening that could get it more into west and central Kentucky. But as far as this line, the one that we're covering live here with you. This line is not expected to go into other portions of the state. It is more so expected to go to where the watch area is currently at, and then out there toward eastern Kentucky. So again, inside of the black circle is the area that we're watching. Outside of the black circle, we'll keep an eye on you, but I don't expect multiple storms to come through that area unless we see a very wide expansion of this line, which currently we're not really seeing. So we're really focused mainly on the black, kind of circle area. So I just want to make that clear for anyone that may just now be tuning in and may have missed our forecast and broadcast from this morning and yesterday. Or as far as this line that we're covering right now, this is going to be the threat area for the next 4-5 hours or so. The feed keeps cutting in and out. Oh, I see that. Well, we are on like a newer setup, so let me try dropping the bit rate down a little bit. See if that. Take a look back at our radar here. Take a look at these velocities. Do we have anything on the camera yet, folks? Anything on the camera yet? There yet? What have I done? Scam caller keeps trying to call me today. Should Independence take cover? Yes, you are in a tornado warning. Take cover. Again, the rotation is not anything overly impressive, folks, but with a system like this, you can have these quick, brief spin ups that sometimes don't even really show up on radar. So, again, it's always good, even if you're in a warning, especially if you're in a warning, I should say, to make sure you're staying indoors, the lowest, most interior portion of your building, or inside of your covenant storm shelter. I'll turn the wind particles and lightning strikes off. Too much going on the radar right now, making my head hurt. Could there be a tornado warning near Mayfield? No. Again, this is only expected in eastern Kentucky today. Yes, Louisa will see these storms later on this afternoon and evening. Northern Kentucky, Cincinnati area obviously needs to be in their safe place right now for this tornado warning storm that we have over this area in pink. Taking a look around the velocities here. Yeah, I see the potential for a brief spinner over here towards St. Bernard, Norwood, up there near Cincinnati, Ohio. There's a couple little bits of rotation spread out here. I don't really see anything overly specific though. Maybe over here toward Bellevue, Kentucky. Maybe a little bit of spin action there. Let's take a look at the radar. Yeah, there could be a little bit of spin happening over here toward Bellevue, and then up there closer to Cincinnati, Ohio. Again, everyone inside of this pink, I keep seeing people that are inside of this pink polygon ask how their area is. Again, if you're in the pink polygon, you're in a tornado warning. Stay in your safe spots. I love you guys, but it's not that complicated. If you're in a tornado warning, stay in your safe spot. Maybe a little bit of spin happening, but let's see the reflectivity over here on this one. That's on the backside though. That'd be kind of crazy. But I mean, it's definitely spinning a little bit back here toward what is that? French, Indiana, getting toward Camp Shore and Rising Sun. Is that Rising Sun, Kentucky or Indiana? Rising Sun, Indiana, along the Ohio River there. Yes, these are radar indicated tornado warnings, which means these are indicated by the radar. These are different than observed. I'm going to switch to the secondary radar here. Take a look at this. Look at the velocity on here. This is really not showing much spin at all with these. Kind of looking at these cameras in Covington. Got one here. Covington just south of Cincinnati, so this will be a good place to look at. At that one here and this one over here in Boone County. Why are these not updating for you guys? A lot of sunshine right in front of this tornado warning storm. This camera is in Covington, the one that we're looking at right now. It's got quite a bit of sunshine in front of this tornado warning storm. There we go. Keep an eye on this camera here. Again, this camera's looking right into the middle of that tornado warning. This camera's in Covington looking into Cincinnati. Oh, wow. Hit a little refresh here, see if we have anything new popping up. And right now, we're looking at this camera that is in Covington, Kentucky, is looking back towards Cincinnati, Ohio, to see if we can spot anything on this tornado warm storm. It's looking towards Covington, not Cincinnati. Oh, nice. I'm looking the wrong way. Thank you for letting me know, though. See if we can find another one there. We have this one that is currently out, so that's not a good sign. Oh, this one's definitely looking at Cincinnati. I could tell because of the clouds. That one's definitely that's a little further south. That's down toward Highland Pike, St. Elizabeth to Covington. So it's a little bit further south, but it's looking back towards Cincinnati. So this one might be a decent one to look at as well. Again, we're looking at this camera that's right in the middle of the tornado warning on the right there. I'm going to take a look at the velocity here while we're sitting here. Take a look. We definitely have some spin that's happening just east, I think, of Rising Sun, Kentucky, or Rising Sun, Indiana. Sorry, not as much spin on the one in Cincinnati that we're looking at. Refresh this here, see if we have a lot of traffic back up there. I'm assuming it's pretty normal for that area. Freeland's breaking everywhere in Covington. About a half mile south of the last camera you looked at. Okay, thank you. Remember, guys, if you have any videos or pictures to send to me, you can do it on our Facebook page, Weather Now Kentucky. Send it to our DMs there. That's the cut in the hill. I can only use certain cameras, guys. So just keep that in mind. Very normal for that area. Yeah, I've gone to Cincinnati a few times for Reds games. I always try to make sure I go outside of the rush hour. We got some. What's the reflectivity look like here? Definitely got some spin occurring on. Do we have a camera over here on the western side of this warning? The one over there towards Cincinnati really doesn't look like it's. I mean, it might be doing a little bit of spin action, but I highly doubt that's anything on the ground there. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Trees down all over Burlington. Yeah, that is the one that looks a little bit more interesting to me. So I think I want to try to find a camera over here. I think I have one. Is this Boone? Yeah, here it is. It's Boone County. I-275. If someone could tell me exactly where this is at, that would be great. It's I-275 at Kentucky 237. Those of you that may live up there. This is Burlington. No, this is north of Burlington, isn't it? Yeah. So we need something south. Maybe toward Florence. Where's Florence at in this warning? Florence is, yeah, it's already past it. Okay, maybe do we have something a little bit more south than Florence? There's one toward Union. I just don't know if this is looking south or north. People that live out there, let me know. I think this is looking north. I think I can kind of see some of the action right there on the left side of the camera. What about Independence? We're keeping an eye on you right now. Nothing's there, but you're in a tornado warning, so definitely make sure you're in a safe spot. Take a look at the velocity again. Definitely some spin. A little bit closer to Union would be where the spin's at, and then over here maybe toward Highland Heights, Kentucky, just south of Cincinnati, maybe. That camera that we're looking at in Covington. Look at that. So hard to see on these still traffic cameras. You're just so limited. Boone County. This is the one I want to look at. Sorry to hear that, Mista. I'm trying to find. There's a north-facing camera at the 71-75 split near Crittenden, Kentucky. About the one toward Walton? Camera's out. Here's another one, though. I-71 southbound, though. It says it's southbound, but it kind of looks like it's facing north. Trying to find if we can get one toward Walton or Beaver Lake, that would be probably the most ideal. There is one in Walton, but it's failing, which is never really a good sign. Here's one a little bit closer to Independence, but that's not really going to see what we're needing to see. Here's one that's west of Crittenden that I could potentially see. Hey, we looked at this camera the other day when we were on the stream. Like I'm getting more familiar with this area, which is not a good thing. But third tornado warning over here. It's gotten quite interesting. Yeah, there might be something. I need to find something over here toward Taylor Mill. That's what I need to find. Latonia Lakes and Taylor Mill. That's what we're looking for, folks. Let me see. See if we have anything there. There's Taylor Mill. This is just north of it. Did we see any damage there? I'm trying to get. There's definitely something spinning right here. Like, see how this has gotten suddenly bright? I know it's kind of hard to see on the middle left portion of the screen. On the new scan, it's not as impressive. More toward Hawthorne now, so maybe we need to go a little bit east. Fortunately, looks like we're running out of. The cameras are more so close to Cincinnati. There's really not a whole lot of cameras once you get a little bit more south of Cincy. That's going to get really unfortunate. We're going to lose this storm when it comes to the cameras. Let's take over here toward Richwood now. We got a little bit. Richwood and Kensington just north of Walton, and then over here toward Mexico and Hume, just northwest of Crittenden. So, we might have a camera there. Let's see. This is Verona. Where's Verona on this map? There you are. Yeah, this Verona camera. Please tell me it's online. It is. Verona. Now my question is this facing north or south? Oh wow, another one over here toward Warsaw. Wow, we've got a little bit of spin happening everywhere right now. I'm surprised they trimmed off that western side. It's not technically included in it. Okay, this is going to be just east of Warsaw, but this is the closest one I have. Oh, that's the one that we were already looking at. Perfect. We have both these cameras now. Thank you, Gary. Poor Bright just got hit really bad. Sorry to hear that, Brody. Just lost power in Taylor Mill. Yeah, I did see a little spin there in Taylor Mill. Again, if you guys have any pictures or videos, make sure you send them to me. We're seeing little bits of spin everywhere. We got one back up here. Let's take a look at the reflectivity there. No, never mind. I doubt that's something on there. We got a little bit of spin happening over here again. Visalia, Kentucky. This one's just south of Taylor Mill. Goodness. This is looking, of course, that camera's looking south. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? Maybe we can see it. That's the camera that's in east of Warsaw. Maybe we'll see it pass over the camera if a little refresh here. But we've got warnings out the gazoo up here in northern Kentucky right now, which was to be expected. We did say, hey, it's going to be a rough day up here. Was the area we circled earlier today. We're going to see an extension of this tornado warning down toward Dry Ridge, Williamstown. Oh, this one all the way out here is starting to try to spin a little bit. What the world? Let me see a weather sounding real quick. I mean, what in the world is going on here? Let's switch back over to the full screen for now. We'll change it back to the camera here in a little bit, folks. Yeah, sure enough. Look at that. Look at that. So here's your winds as you go up into the atmosphere, folks. So here at the bottom is your ground. and this is how you read this, as you go up, you're going up into the atmosphere. Typically, and here are your winds. Typically, these would all kind of be the same direction. But you see how these are all the same direction up here, same direction, same direction, same direction, same direction, same direction, same direction. And then as you get to the ground, boom, turns. So that's your winds that are all going, this way, all the way up there. And then as you get to the ground, now they're going this way. So as a result, you got this happening, right? And then all you need is something to knock that storm over on its side, and then boom, you've got something spinning. So it's quite interesting. I honestly did not see this much of a tornado potential today. And don't get me wrong, these are not incredible beast of natures here. We're talking about weak, brief tornadoes, but at the end of the day, a tornado is a tornado. We definitely got something spinning on this western side toward Warsaw right now. By the way, too, I don't know how we've warned all this. We have not warned this over here yet. I don't know about that. But you just see all. So I'll turn the radar sideways here. I know it kind of messes with your brain a little bit, but if you see, hang on, wait till the screen passes. But if you see, here's your winds going away from the radar in the red and going toward the radar in the green, and you just see all these notches in these. Typically, this would, ideally this would be a straight, perfect, clean line, but you see all these little notches here, and that's where some of that spin can live. Got the warning, yeah. In pink, you're in those tornado warnings, so definitely stay in your safe spot if you're in pink. Got a little more concentrated spin, I think, over here, maybe toward Walton. We have that camera from Walton still. There one in Walton, or is that the one? I think that was the one that was out, wasn't it? Is gosh darn it, out. Why wouldn't it be? Take a look at that Warsaw storm again. Yeah, I don't know how this isn't warned over here. This definitely needs a warning. The Warsaw. I mean, it could be side lobe, but yeah, I guess it could be. If you're just now tuning in, we are covering actually three active tornado warnings inside of the state of Kentucky right now, with a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning in orange there as well. And this lighter, like salmon pink, if you will, this is your severe thunderstorm watch, where there is a 20% chance for a tornado, 20% chance for hail, 80% chance for damaging winds. So you see kind of what the leading concern is there, and that expires at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We have an extension of this. Ooh, look at this one. This one's definitely spinning over here toward Visalia, just south of Alexandria, Kentucky. That one's definitely spinning. Do we have a camera over there? Let's take a look. I don't think we do, but I'm going to look. Where are you at, Alexandria? Well, there's Taylor Mill. We do not have any cameras that can see the storm. That's really unfortunate. But I mean, we have. So I'll kind of highlight it for you here, just to make it maybe a little bit easier to see. I know there's a lot going on the radar right now. You have potentially some rotation happening here, some rotation potentially happening here, here, maybe here, 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 and up here. I mean, this is incredible. And I mean, not in a good way, but like, I mean, we just circled 7 potential pockets of rotation that's occurring within what? A 50-mile stretch? Not even that, maybe? Maybe a 40-mile stretch? I mean, it's incredible. I know a lot of people are asking if it's going to hit their areas, but right now, guys, we have so much going on the radar. We are focused on where the tornado warnings are happening right now. And if it goes over your area, we will give your area that same respect too. But we have so many potential pockets of rotation right now. We're not really talking about other areas. I mean, this is simply incredible. Where are the pockets at? Where I drew these black circles. Glad my wife made me some coffee before I left. Again, right now we're focused on the areas where the tornado warnings are active, folks. I'll go over the full kind of summary here in a little bit when we have a moment, but right now we've got tornado warnings in Walton, Verona, Crittenden, Dry Ridge, Williamstown, Falmouth, Butler, Chillow, Neville, Moscow, Mentor, California, New Richmond. What are these winds up here? We've got a 90-mile-per-hour wind reading. Oh, my goodness, up here toward Carthage, Kentucky. I doubt that's really it, though, because it probably looks like it's maybe a little bit of radar feedback. This is reflectivity scans just behind. That warning's going to be allowed to expire. Okay, for those of you that may be curious if this is going to hit your area, I want everyone to look at the map. Everyone to stop and look at the map here. You see the all of Kentucky? Okay, thanks a lot for the screen overtake there. Now we're going to have to wait, dude. Okay, look at all of Kentucky here, right? Look at the little corner these storms are at. I think you're pretty much just talking about this pink area, and then eventually down here toward far eastern Kentucky. Okay, so this first line is not going to hit most of you. This first line is going to miss most of Kentucky. We're pretty much talking about this area. You know, basically from Williamstown to Sadieville, Paris, Mount Sterling, Moorhead, Sandy Hook, Olive Hill, Vanceburg, Ashland, Flemingsburg, Carlisle, Mount Olivet, Maysville, Barry. Pretty much talking about the northeastern corner of the state for this first line. There may be an overnight line toward about 3 to 7 a.m. that we may have to take a look at. I doubt it will be severe, but it should still storm at that point, so we'll keep an eye on that. But as far as this line and the main show for today, which is this line, this is going to miss like 70% of the state. We're talking about this area that's on the map right now. Okay. Not gonna lie to you and keep you in here for views, but that's not what we're about. Newport, Kentucky, this has already passed you. The worst of it's already passed you. Thank you again, everyone that's liking and sharing the video. We appreciate you guys. I don't know what's going on with Facebook today, but I can't really see all the alerts. But thank you to everyone that's liking and sharing the video. I appreciate your help a lot. That helps us grow. It's the best way you can support us. It's free. Just like and share the video. Thank you very much. Boy, look at this thing spinning up here just southeast of Independence. Where's that at? Let's take a little scroll in there. Grants Lick, Aspen Grove, Kohler, where we have some spin occurring over here in northeastern Kentucky. I mean, there's just spin happening all along this line. I'm honestly quite shocked. I'm honestly quite shocked. We've got spin happening all across this line here. We got spin happening over here toward Napoleon and Monk, over here toward Fiskburg, sorry. Over here toward actually that's probably just the warning. Let me turn the severe warning off for a second. I want to see something. Yeah, I probably need to change that severe warning color. But we still have spin happening in all those places, especially over here toward Kohler and Grants Lick. That's where and California may have side-by-side spinners happening right here. And then just outside of Kentucky into Ohio is where we have quite a bit of spin happening over here toward Mount Orab, Hennings Mill, and Clover up there in southern Ohio. All right, turn these severe warnings back on now. I need to change that color probably. And if you have any pictures or videos, make sure you send them to our Facebook page. I need to pull it up real quickly, actually. Weather Now Kentucky on Facebook. I'm seeing this picture out from David out of Burlington, Kentucky that has some tree damage there. Thank you, David. No, this first line will miss Central Kentucky. Again, it's just for this pink area for right now. This is the main show for today and this afternoon, by the way, folks. Looks like we have some pop up showers happening in Shelbyville toward Frankfort. Those are very immature storms right now. Okay, Judy, thank you. Again, right now these storms up here in northern Kentucky, they will track down to the southeast here. Again, going to be along the eastern Kentucky border here for pretty much their entire life. So we'll keep an eye on it for you. But if you're out here in the middle portions of the state or the western portions of the state, we don't really expect any activity for you from this line. Dry Ridge is under a tornado warning. Thank you for the likes and shares on the video, guys. I see them coming through. Thank you guys very much. If you're in Dry Ridge, Crittenden, Williamstown, Falmouth, Goforth, Mason, Cordova, Neville, Lennoxburg, Berlin, Bladeston, Neve, Peach Grove, Butler, we do have tornado warnings active for all those areas from the National Weather Service out of Wilmington, Ohio. Look at this spinner over here in Ohio. This is not coming to Kentucky, thankfully, but look at that. It could clip maybe Ashland in a few hours, but that's a few hours away, so you never really know what that looks like at that point. Carla, thank you very much. I appreciate you. For Hyman and Hazard, it'll still be a few hours by the time it even gets there. Probably 3 or 4 hours if it even gets there. Florence, Kentucky's going to get hit, yes or no? Pretty sure the worst of it's already past you in Florence. Yeah, you're up here. Any real rotation on the Grant County warning? There's a little bit, not a ton in my opinion, but just enough to warrant the tornado warning. Coming into Kentucky, the worst of it's already past you. What time should it hit West Liberty? It'll still be 2, maybe 3 hours. Big old severe thunderstorm warning here from Maysville to Mount Olivet, Mays Lick, Brooksville, Falmouth, Williamstown, Owenston, Monterey. Going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag on it. I think this is the better move here. Yes, there's some rotation that's happening. I just don't know if it's enough to warrant the tornado warning, especially when you have the tornado possible tags that you can use on these severe warnings. Oh, I don't hate it either way. I don't hate it either way. Let me text my buddy out there. Will it be severe when it hits London? Obviously, it'll be a few hours till it gets there. I think actually this will probably miss London, at least the worst of it. This batch is definitely going to go east of London. We just have to watch anything that may develop on the western side. In a video of passing Erlanger, Kentucky. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you very much. That wall cloud. Thank you very much, Ava. I appreciate that. Samantha sent a video. Where's this at? Air Ridge. Wow, look at those winds. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys this. Can I save this? Is this gonna be able to? I don't want to like leak all of her, like her. I can't. It won't let me save it. No. It won't let me save it. I don't want to like leak her information or any information on here. I don't think so, but I don't want to risk it. I don't. I mean, hard to tell if that's tornadic happening or, but I mean, it's definitely easily 65-mile-an-hour winds. They just took that limb right off. Thank you for that video, Samantha. I appreciate that. Will this hit Georgetown, Kentucky? It's gonna be really close. I think the worst if it goes to your east, though. I gotta take this lid off. I can barely get any coffee out of it. There we go. There's a real drink of coffee. Okay, let's take a look back at our velocities here, see what we have going on. Here is. Um, okay. Someone please tell me what's happening with Crittenden. The worst of it's past you in Crittenden. Well, actually, the worst of it's going to be just to your southwest right now. Going to be past you here in about 5 minutes. So whatever you're seeing now is what you're getting. East storms are moving, I believe, about 45 to 55 miles per hour. Yeah, about 45 miles per hour. So when they get to you, the worst of it lasts about 15 minutes. We've got some rotation happening just northwest of Falmouth, just north of Goforth, Kentucky, near Knoxville, Kentucky. Definitely some rotation occurring there. Maybe a little bit over here toward Williamstown and between Williamstown and Dry Ridge. And then over here toward Neville, Kentucky is where we're seeing a little bit more rotation happening as well. Oh, you know what I want to do as well? I want to pull up the Power Outage website. That's always a good indicator. Always a good indicator of things that are happening. So we've already got quite a few customers out up here in Boone County. Over 7,600. Of course, this will continue to go up, I believe. Is this the main line? This is the main line. That is correct. This storm over here toward Barry is likely producing some downburst winds. I'm surprised this part isn't warned. All right. Well, this weekend, by the time it gets to Mount Sterling, it's likely that it'll weaken somewhat. But how much it weakens is a little bit unseen or a little bit unknown right now. Again, if you're just now tuning in here with us, we do have the severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and tornado possible. Basically stretching, make sure you guys can see this all the way, from Maysville to Mount Olivet, Brooksville, Augusta, through Falmouth, Williamstown, Dry Ridge, and Owenton, Kentucky. Again, that's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and the potential of a spin-up tornado. And pink is your tornado warnings from Dry Ridge to Williamstown, Falmouth. The Creighton one will be allowed to expire soon. And then again toward Butler, Neville, Moscow, Chilo, Berlin, Lennoxburg, Neve, and Johnsville. Sorry, those are where your tornado warnings are right now. Tracy, it's going to be close. Cynthiana, the worst of it should be past you by now. Well, no, I always confuse Cynthiana and Covington. I don't know why. Definitely keep an eye on things out there in Cynthiana. Someone needs to call NWS Louisville and wake them up. For what? What they need to wake up Louisville for? This is all happening in Wilmington's zone, by the way. This is not happening in NWS Louisville zone. And I think Wilmington's doing okay. I think we could probably lose some of these tornado warnings, but I mean, there's still enough rotation there to say, hey, yeah, I mean, it's spinning. I don't think it's anything super crazy. Maybe this one over toward Chilo is probably where I'm looking at as like, okay, that's the one to kind of watch. But the rest of these, yeah. Lexington, these will be in your area, or it'll be close. It might go just east. The worst of it might just go just east of Lexington. It's going to be really close in a couple of hours. Is Dry Ridge bad right now? Looks like the worst of it's about to move in the next 3 to 5 minutes. Here come the allergies. I don't know why my nose just starts itching every time I'm talking so much. What are you doing over here in Williamstown? We might have a cell merger about to happen between this branch stretching out of Williamstown and then over here toward Locust Grove. Have to keep a very close eye on that for the potential for tornado genesis. No, that's not Georgetown, Kentucky. That's Georgetown, Ohio. Go to the bathroom real quick, folks. What in the world? No cloud over Williamstown. Yeah, it did look like it was trying to spin a little bit there. We'll see what happens when these two cells come together. Yes, Covington's in the clear now. Again, we still have tornado warnings for Lenoxburg, Falmouth, Brooksville, Bladeston, Neve, Kentucky. And the severe warning is your orange area. Should Elizabethtown be worried today? Not my opinion. What we got going on here? What we got going on here in Dry Ridge? Anyone in Dry Ridge right now? Let me know what you're seeing. Thank you, Joshua, for the video. Heineman? All the way down there. That'd be a long tornado warning. Why is that so long? From Maysville to Ripley, Manchester. For what? Oh, that's for what for. Interesting to see it's so long though. That is a long tornado warning. Anything I'm taking shelter, George? I'm in Dry Ridge in the basement. I went from 0 to 1,000 real quick in Covington. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's why I'm hoping you guys are in your Covenant storm shelters or in your basement. I mean, it can happen real quick. Definitely a little spin happening in Dry Ridge right now. Here's another tornado warning now. Going to be for those cells that are coming together that we talked about in Barry, Cynthiana, Carlisle, Paris, Shahan, headquarters in northern Kentucky for the next 40 minutes. Well, these things are trying to spin. Thank God we didn't have more wind shear today. This could have been a really, really. I mean, it's already nasty. Don't get me wrong. I'm not discrediting anyone. I'm telling you, if we had more wind, we have more wind shear. This would not be a pretty afternoon. Definitely got spin occurring over here toward Barry. Visit Washington County at all? I do not believe so. Rain in the Dry Ridge area. Thank you, Chris. Yes, Carlisle, Kentucky is now under a tornado warning. Which way is it moving? Southeast. Thank you again to everyone that's liking and sharing the video. I appreciate you guys. Is the stream lagging for anybody? Is it freezing for anybody? Starting to see some like errors coming up, so I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes they're false. Just let me know what you guys are seeing because we are in a new space, so I want to make sure everything's working correctly. We now have this tornado warning for Mount Olivet, Petra, Powersville, and Neve in northern Kentucky. Once again, for another spinner that may be happening. Stream is good. Text my buddy real quickly. Lives out there. Tornado warning. Both Paris and Bet. Freezing. I only see one person saying yes, it's freezing. Transmit freezing up, but it could be my. Now that's two people, so good. Okay. Just let me know, guys. Just let me know. Don't forget, we still have this trader warning over here for Ripley, Maysville, Mayslick, Mount Olivet as well. And that stretches down toward Crum, Tollsboro, and Orangeburg. Unfortunately, these storms are moving into what we call a radar gap. So we're going to start losing our really good view of them. I do want to take a look and see the rotation tracks over the last hour. And yeah, you could definitely tell all of these storms are spinning. So look, see all this bright red and white that we're seeing? Not maybe necessarily the yellow, but the red and white. Those are where those rotation tracks are definitely ticking up. I don't know why I tried to move the map. Look at all these tornado warnings. I'll be the first to say I did not expect to see. This doesn't mean that they're go. These are definitely tornadoes that are happening, but I did not expect to see this many tornado warnings today. I'll be the first to say that. Yeah. Warhead being included in the tornado warning, it still has, probably an hour and a half till it gets to you. We'll let you know when it gets a little closer. Okay. You guys still see me okay? Definitely some decent rotation happening up here in Barry, perhaps. Barry and Boyd, Kentucky. Still some happening up just north of Cynthiana, then over here toward Hinton and Renneker and Rutland, Kentucky. Then over here toward Powersville, Petra. Maybe even some over here toward. I mean, these are spinning in every freaking corner that they can find. Now, again, doesn't necessarily mean something's on the ground, but I think these radar warnings are definitely warranted. They're spinning in every little nook and corner that they can find, and they are just spinning. Whether it's on the ground or not, obviously we have no idea. I don't see anything for Shelbyville. 2% chance of tornadoes. Yeah, I know it's hindsight's always 2020. I gotta agree though. The 2% the 2% seems low now, but I'd say from the data that we saw, 2% seemed valid. It did seem valid and it seemed correct. But I did warn you guys yesterday on the broadcast that we did last night. If you guys got a chance to watch that, I said, hey, sometimes these types of storm systems, they have a mind of their own. They really do. There's definitely an unpredictability factor to these types of storms. This type of storm is called a mesoconvective system. Personally, for me, it's one of my least favorite storm systems to forecast because they are quite unpredictable with some of their movement. And not necessarily their movement. You can kind of find it from the Cape gradients and so on and so forth. But it's more so the unpredictability on how long they will last with their strength. And a lot of times they can pulse down and then pulse up and then pulse down and pulse up. Makes them very challenging to forecast. Yes, Dry Ridge is fine. Still seeing rotation happen up here just southeast of Powersville, heading towards Stonewall and Bridgeville and Hippville. A lot of vills out there. Got some rotation happening here just north of Claysville towards Sunrise. Some over here toward Berry, Kentucky. And then we have some rotation happening just north of Maysville. This looks a lot more broad up here, so hopefully this stays broad and kind of stays away from being anything tornadic. But we are getting a tornado signature just east of Maysville toward Bentonville, Eagle Creek Wildlife Area in southern Ohio. Look at all these warnings. What a crap fest. Any rotation happening over Georgetown? No. Sirens are going off there because the eastern portion of your county, the eastern sliver, as you see there, is included in the tornado warning. So that sets off the siren system for the entire county, which, of course, includes Georgetown. But Georgetown itself is not included in a tornado warning. A new tornado warning, huge tornado warning, has been issued for Manchester, Vanceburg, Concord, Ribolt, Tollsboro, up there in the far northeastern corner of the state. You might as well go ahead and warn Brooksville to Mayslick as well, just make this whole thing one huge tornado warning at this point. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. I'm telling you, with these types of storm systems, you really don't usually see this many tornado warnings along the entire storm. I mean, if you once again, just kind of zoom out here, you'll see, well, they got tornado warnings going again back here in Illinois and central Indiana. This is our 4 a.m. line that's going to be coming through. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be a rocket 72 hours in Kentucky. I've tried to tell you guys for the last few days. I mean, this line that's in northeastern corner of the state right now, producing all of these freaking tornado warnings, went through central Indiana and central Illinois earlier today. And now they have a second line forming that is also now producing severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. I mean, just incredible what our environment is doing right now. We've got an outflow boundary here that you can kind of see this little skinny line that kind of looks really weird. All the conspiracy theorists think that the planes or whatever. This is an outflow boundary, and this can spark storms. So it is a wild afternoon across Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and Illinois. I mean, just turn off the radar for a freaking second. Look at the warnings over here in northern Kentucky. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy stuff. You don't usually see this from this type of, if you guys didn't know, there's different types of storms. This one is referred to as a mesoconvective system. These are usually very windy storms. They produce a lot of wind and a lot of really quick hitting rain, but very heavy rainfall. You don't typically see tornado warnings of this number associated with these types of storms. You just don't. It's not very typical. And we may be seeing a transfer happening. Let me show you. We got a lot of cool stuff happening today. Obviously unfortunate stuff, but cool when it comes to meteorology. So this is your main kind of MCS back here. Okay. If you kind of look at that black line there, that's your main MCS. Look at what's happening down here. Right? So if this outflow boundary, I don't know where this is drifting to, but if this can catch up, it will send kind of its energy to the front side of this line. And we may see a renewed threat for places like Springfield, Danville, Richmond, Campton, Broadhead, McKee. So this is just asinine would be the word I would use. If you don't know what asinine is, look it up on Google. This is asinine. Cynthiana, Paris, Carlisle, Sadieville, Berry. Well, not Sadieville, but Berry, Rutland, Robinson in that tornado warning there. And then over here for Mount Olivet, Brooksville, Pequot, Kentontown. I'm hoping that's how they said that. Tornado warning happening there. This tornado, or this rotation over here just northwest of Cynthiana is really, really tightening up. The unfortunate part about where these storms are right now is if you kind of take a zoom out here, this green dot is a radar. This blue dot is a radar. This blue dot is a radar. So right now, these storms are in the middle of all three of those dots, which means they are in a kind of a radar gap. So we're not getting the full view of these storms. I don't know how we still have radar gaps in 2026, but we do. I have kids that are at work in Georgetown. What's the update there? They're under a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. But the worst of it should scoot just a hair east of Georgetown. Saying something has touched down. Any word on that? I haven't seen any confirmations yet, but I haven't looked either. We've been so busy with this. We have a 70-mile-per-hour severe warning for Flemingsburg, Sharpsburg, Owensville, where some of these winds will catch up to that area in the next 42 minutes. Have they created any discussions yet for extending this watch? I would assume so. So this watch will likely be expanded down into Prestonsburg, Sailorsville, Campton, Jackson, West Liberty, Sandy Hook, Blaine. Basically, the area that we drew earlier because we know what we're doing is where that watch is going to be expanded to. Look at all these warnings. This is incredible. I mean, obviously not incredible in a good way, just incredible like this is performing this way. Mind you guys, this storm system started all the way back up here. All the way back up here, all the way back at about 8 a.m. this morning. And it's come all the way down here and has produced severe weather and tornadoes the entire way. By the way, there goes that new warning or new watch area. Let me get this posted out here. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to get this posted out for the people that may not be watching. They still deserve to know too, even though they should be watching. This new warning is going to go to until, let's see here. Oh, so, okay, so they're just keeping it at 8 o'clock? Okay. There's the new watch area, folks. Look at there. I'm going to get this poster real quickly if you guys don't mind. Son and daughter day today? The day for everything. Okay, that's now posted on to Facebook and posted on to Twitter. I'm not calling it X. Y'all can cry about it somewhere else. The enhanced risk has also been expanded, which is to be expected. Well, we got a lot going on right now. Maysville update. Looks like the worst of it's literally knocking on your door right now. We'll take a look back through the radar here. Don't really see any rotation there in Maysville. Well, which is good, but I do see a lot of straight line winds that may be happening. Some rotation happening just north of Maysville towards Shannon, and then maybe a little bit toward the northeastern corner of Mount Olivet, and then some more over here towards Cynthiana and Barefoot, although the rotation seems to have calmed down. But I do want to warn you guys that once again, these storms are in a radar gap right now, so it's really hard to tell. Yeah, the MRMS is still picking up on a lot of rotation that's happened over Neve, Petra, heading down toward Mount Olivet. And then just a hair east of Maysville toward Manchester, Ohio. Is where those storms are rotating there. Okay, let's turn off the radar real quickly. Go over here to Outlooks. Gosh, all these warnings and watches. Again, they did expand the enhanced risk. Now includes, did they expand that? Or is that already? I think they expanded it. I don't know. Jackson, Prestonsburg, Paintsville is where that enhanced risk is now. Again, situated over the same areas. Tornado risk is still at 2%. A little bit surprising given that we're obviously seeing several tornado warnings. I thought maybe they would push it to 5%, but still at 2% in those areas. Damaging winds are still obviously your main threat, right? Red being 30%, yellow being 15%. This hatched area that you see here is the potential for up to 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts, aka significant wind gusts, and still no hail threat. That's your new outlook there. Turn back on all of our warnings here. Well, we got an absolute mess that's happening. I'm going to turn off the watch area just for a little bit. I've already posted about it. You guys can go see it there. Just trying to clean up some of this radar a little bit. We have a severe warning now from Moorhead to Owensville, Salt Lake more specifically, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. as a pop up storm has started to really mature there. The tornado warning for Mount Levet is going to be allowed to be canceled. Take a look and see if you guys are sending any more pictures or videos. Goodness me. Power in Georgetown, yes. Georgetown is not technically under that tornado warning, as you can see here. You are not included in the pink. It just happens to be in the same county as you, so that's why you're hearing the sirens. Catalina, is that how I say that? Thank you for the $10 super chat on YouTube. Says so. From my understanding, Georgetown is safe, and our warning is just because of East Scott. That is correct. That's correct. These are moving southeast. Abigail, no, we do not expect any activity in Western Kentucky. Again, Georgetown is not included in the tornado warning. I know you hear the sirens, but Georgetown is not, as you can see here. You're blue. You're under a special weather statement. Pink is your tornado warning. You are not included in that pink. You are not included in the warning. You're only hearing the sirens because if you take a look here, the eastern sliver of your county is included in the tornado warning. But Georgetown, the city itself, is not included in the tornado warning. So you can all take a breath. How's Lexington looking? Keep an eye on those storms that are just to your north in Georgetown. Yeah, the only people that need to be in their safe spots are the people that are in the pink warnings. Obviously, if you're in the orange warning, severe thunderstorm warning, you need to make sure you're still being careful. But again, the pink are your tornado warnings. Let's take a look at the velocity here. I still see some very brief broad rotation over here, just south of Cynthiana now, heading toward Paris and Millersburg. Don't really see any rotation over here toward Mount Levet. A little bit of rotation over here toward Manchester and Concord, just to the northwest of Vanceburg, Kentucky. Still not a whole lot there. Don't really see anything toward Maysville or just south of Maysville. Mayslick looks like straight line winds. And then down here toward Moorhead, the Salt Lake storm looks like a downburst of winds is occurring, which is just straight line winds. Well, this weekend as it moves, when will it die out? This probably won't die out or weaken until we get closer to sunset. Lexington and Richmond, again, keep an eye out for those severe storms that are to your north right now. You got a couple of cells near you that are currently non-severe. What about Sadieville? I have no idea where Sadieville is, my friend. Oh, I see it right there. It's currently not included in the warning. Very close, but the worst of it is just to your east. We have a new severe warning now for Clobber Bottom, Bryan Station, Hutchinson, Pine Grove, just north of Lexington, just south of Georgetown. Again, for that cell that's in northern Fayette County. Now, leave Mount Sterling to drive to Carlisle now, that probably would not be a smart idea. You're going to be driving right into the tornado warning. Russell Springs, where's Russell Springs at? If I gotta zoom in that far to see your name, you better just tell me Lexington. You better just tell me Lexington. Under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that cell as it comes through. Keep an eye on that. Yes, Boone County should be good by now. I have to go to the CVG airport around 6:30. Depends on what time you're leaving or where you're leaving from, but hopefully the worst of it's past you by then. Why is Richmond not included in the severe watch by everything past is? Let me see here. I don't know. Sometimes they're weird. I mean, I couldn't answer you on that. I couldn't answer you on that. You know what I mean? I, I don't know. You would think they would just go ahead and make a nice fine line. I have no idea. No idea. That's just how they do it sometimes. Is Northern Kentucky good? Yes, for now. Keep an eye on this new storm line that's developing back up here towards central Indiana for the overnight hours. But for right now, yes, Northern Kentucky is fine. Right now, we're keeping an eye on as this approaches more into the eastern Kentucky area. Still have some rotation happening just northwest of Carlisle, more toward headquarters, Morning Glory, Barterville. We have some really decent winds about to move into Mount Olivet, Maysville, Flemingsburg, and then over there toward Vanceburg, Kentucky as well. These storms are moving at about a speed of 45 miles per hour to the southeast. Alexandria, the worst of it's been past you. We're still warned in Cynthiana. You are still warned in Cynthiana. The worst of it, in my opinion, is just past Cynthiana at this point, but give it, a few more minutes. A nasty looking cell just south of Moorhead. Right now, it's not really doing a whole lot, but it's got that that shape to it where you start to watch it a little bit closer, just south of Moorhead. That's heading more towards Santhia Hook. These are moving more east. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts has to come out for Vanceburg, to Friendship, Garrison, whatever in the world that name is, Ruggles, All, and Crum up there in northeastern Kentucky. Look at all these warnings, folks. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1, 2 tornado warnings. It's crazy. Are these storms over here toward Frankfort doing anything? Let's take a look. Over here toward Frankfort and Lawrenceburg. Nah. Those aren't really doing a whole lot. Yes, London's included in the severe thunderstorm watch, but your area in probably 2.5 hours. Georgetown, Kentucky, the storms or the sirens are going off and it's looking bad. Yeah, the worst of it's to the southeast of Georgetown now. Big old severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, tornado possible, and considerable damage threat. Well, why did they put that out and then put the one behind it at 60? This is the stuff that makes no sense to me. Definitely got some rotation over here toward Covdale, Queens, Cars, and far northeastern Kentucky. Definitely a little bit of rotation happening there. We'll take a look at this radar. Yeah. Hello, I'm live, my friend. Are you are you talking about northern Fayette County, just north of Lexington? Yeah. Okay. Are you familiar with? Is it the one that's near Russell Cave? Are you familiar with that area? Okay, so you're looking at the one I'm talking about then, toward New Zion, Dunrail, Spindletop Estates. Yeah. Okay. If you get any videos or pictures of it, send it to me so I can send it to the National Weather Service. Just be careful. Okay. I'm getting that was my friend who was calling me. He's looking at this storm cell over here to Russell Cave, Kingston, Greendale Highlands. He's telling me there's a funnel cloud about halfway down. He's never lied to me before, so I don't think he was starting now. But there's a funnel cloud about halfway down, apparently, toward Russell Cave and Kingston. I mean, there's a little bit of broad rotation happening there. It's not anything too crazy right now. Let's take a look back here as the storm came through. A little bit there. I don't see a whole lot on the radar, but again, this is kind of in a radar gap, so it is going to be a little bit difficult to see. I can pause it. Let's see here. We got a little bit of instant rotation happening just in that same area he was talking about, so it's definitely possible. I'm assuming he was talking about this cell here, what he was describing. He's traveling from Paris to Georgetown. So he's either looking at this one or this one. Let's take a look here. Is he talking about? He said it was toward Georgetown. Trying to figure out which one that he could have been potentially talking about. I don't know if he was talking about this one or this one's north of Paris. Oh, I see what he might be. He might be talking about this right here toward Hutchinson and Elmendorf and Muir. The wind is all sorts of crazier in that exact area, April. Are we talking about Hutchinson, that kind of this area right here that we have on screen? Is the broadcast still doing okay, folks? I'm still getting reports from the broadcast software that's saying that it's lagging. Let me know how everything's looking for you guys. There's quite a number of rotations that's happening once again. We're toward Vanceburg. I see some more rotation happening, although this could be straight line winds. Carlisle, Paris. Let me check the Louisville radar on this one. Looking good on your end? Okay, thank you. Thunder sounds terrible in Moorhead. I bet you got that big old storm cell just to the southern side of Moorhead there. Copy, but that's probably my end. That's cool here. Okay, thank you. Georgetown still has sirens. I know you said no rotation, but we had hail and now quiet. Yeah, you probably had some upper level rotation happening if you had hail. Yeah, Georgetown itself, I never saw any real ground rotation happening. Looks like it's trying to now that it's gotten past Georgetown. It's over here toward Hutchinson. This is looking a little bit more organized. Okay. Stream looks fine. The reason most people are panicking for Georgetown is because night shift to Toyota's about to start. Oh, okay. Thank you, Catalina. Thank you for your $5 super chat as well. Did the units still need to be in shelter? No. Thank you, Sierra. Paris, Kentucky, still in that tornado warning. There's still some rotation happening just to your east and to your north. So make sure you're staying in your safe spot right now. Boys looking mean in Moorhead. Yeah, you got a really nice cell just to yourself. Like if we had any more wind shear, I'd be really concerned. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of wind shear, so I think this thing should stay tamed. But I bet it looks insane. We do have a weather-wise tornado ID signature, about 46% chance of a tornado occurring in Queens, toward Clarksburg, and Vanceburg, Kentucky. Oh, Lord. Sirens and stepping ground again. Thank you for that report there. Take a look back in here at our rotations. I don't really see. I mean, this Hutchinson one continues to get a little bit more organized. Still, not there on the radar anyway. Flemingsburg, we got a couple of warning or a couple little spots of potential rotation there. Looks like it's starting to turn into more of straight line winds, which makes a lot more sense. Let me pull a sounding from out here. Hmm. Mount Olivet clear now. Yeah, the worst of it's past you. Take a little look at the velocities again. Still seeing a little bit here toward Carlisle, between Paris and Carlisle, a little bit here. Again, not a ton of rotation happening there. Still seeing a little bit over here toward Hutchinson. Back out here toward Maysville and Vanceburg. The worst of it's past Maysville by now. It's over here toward Vanceburg, Flemingsburg, or Carlisle. You see where the colors are changing on the front side here? Let me turn the radar for you. Let me mess with your heads a little bit. So you see where the colors are changing on the front edge of this line? That is where your severe potential is. On the back side, it's just going to be a little bit windy and rainy. Or quite a bit rainy, I should say. But it's the front edge of the line that we're really looking at. And what we're starting to see now is these lines are beginning to come together. Remember, back about 30 minutes ago, I said, hey, we may start to be seeing a transfer happening here. And I think that's what we're seeing. I think we're seeing that transfer come together. So what I'm curious for now, why didn't they put Richmond not being included in this watch is really irritating me. Like just my eyeballs anyway. Sirens are off now, Georgetown. Yeah, they finally cut that county out of it. Still have some rotation just over here toward Paris. If you're in Paris, make sure you stay in your safe spot. Let me know what you guys are hearing or seeing. They're going to allow this to expire. It may continue that on toward North Middletown. Whoa, what we got here? We have an observed 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. What? Flemingsburg to Sharpsburg to Owingsville. Hold it up. We have observed 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are happening. Where's the Kentucky Mesonet at? Let's see here. Peak wind gusts is midnight. Oh, yep, there it is. There it is. Recorded by the Kentucky Mesonet site here in Nicholas County. 81-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is above hurricane force there. Goodness me. If you're in Purple, Flemingsburg, Sharpsburg, Hillsboro, Poplar Plains, Sherburne, Plumber's Landing, Muses Mills, we have a extremely dangerous situation. 80-mile-per-hour wind gust in this purple area that's highlighted right now. I'm going to flip over to probably the Jackson radar, huh? Yeah, there it is. There she is in all her glory. Wow. Yep, 74, 77, 78, 81, 81, 82, 79. 80-mile-per-hour wind gust right over Flemingsburg, Kentucky right now that'll head down towards Sharpsburg and Owingsville. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Make sure you treat this like a tornado warning. Stay in your safe spots. Stay in your Covenant storm shelter. Whatever it is that you have available, make sure you're remaining indoors. Right now, we are focused on this Flemingsburg area. Again, this is an extremely dangerous situation. This is destructive. Expires in the next 19 minutes. Let's read the bulletin here for you. This is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially susceptible to winds of this magnitude and may be overturned. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. These storms have the potential to cause serious injury and significant property damage. Torrential rainfalls occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. So we have an extremely dangerous storm that's centered over Flemingsburg right now. Again, near the Poplar Plains, Wallingford, Tilton, Hilltop, Ewing, Hillsboro, Sherburne, Muses Mill, Ryan, Plumber's Landing areas. Again, for 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. Just astonishing, really. We also have A 80-mile-per-hour observed warning over here for Carlisle, Paris, North Middletown, Cynthiana, Millersburg. Again, 80-mile-per-hour severe winds happening, stretching basically from Flemingsburg to Carlisle to Paris, where we have this kind of centered here on our screen. We also still have this tornado warning up here toward Vanceburg. I think it's going to be allowed to expire, but we absolutely have some absolutely rocking storms that are happening. The only thing that doesn't make any sense to me is this one is observed as well, but doesn't have the extremely dangerous situation tag. That's never made any sense to me. Look at that. We have 81 miles per hour being recorded on the Mesonet site. Just incredible. The sirens are going off in Lexington because of this extremely dangerous situation that's happening. Look at this. Whoa, buddy. The radar is picking up an 120-mile-per-hour wind gust. Surely no way it's happening that big, right? Oh, my goodness. Just near East Union, Kentucky. The radar is picking up on several notches over 100 there. Surely to goodness that's not actually happening. Right? I mean, surely to goodness, right? If that is happening in straight line winds, it would be the fastest straight line winds recorded ever in Kentucky. I hope you guys understand what we're looking at right now. Right now, the fastest is, I believe, 104 out there toward Maysville from just a couple months ago. What we're looking at is potentially historic level of winds that are occurring over here in eastern Kentucky right now toward East Union, Little Rock, North Middletown, Moorfield, Sprout, and then up there toward Flemingsburg, Wallingford, Poplar Plains, stretching pretty much along this line here. We do have warnings that are now being issued out here for Ironton, Olive Hill, Grayson, Ashland, Kentucky, where 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and a tornado is possible. With all of these cells that are popping up and this line here, we still have this warning over here for Sandy Hook to Moorhead for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Over here for just northeast of Lexington, not including Lexington, for Bryan Station, Hutchinson, and Pine Grove, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail occurring there. But in this purple and pink that we're seeing, I'm going to turn off this watch area for a second. There's too much happening on this radar. Again, thank you to everyone that's liking and sharing the broadcast. By the way, we appreciate you guys. Do we have any cameras out here that we could potentially look at? I don't think we do. We might, though. We do have a camera in Winchester. We also have plenty of cameras in Lexington. Let's go ahead and pull up the Winchester camera. And keep that on a swivel there. We also have our Moorhead camera that we can look at here later on when that gets a little bit closer to Moorhead. That's a live HAZ cam, so we'll be able to look at that. If this storm line gets to Moorhead, we'll actually be able to pull this up. I don't know. Do they have they don't have the measurement there. We now have another tornado warning for Sharpsburg, Owensville, stretching down to Stepstone, Preston. My goodness, what is happening? I know you guys are asking about your specific locations right now. I appreciate that a ton, but we have so many warnings happening. I have to focus on these warnings that are currently happening. This is measuring 100. Did I see that right? 134-mile-per-hour wind gusts? I mean, surely that's not happening that fast. Surely it's just a radar scatter. We now have a WeatherWise tornado ID signature. Let me turn this inspector tool off here. A 46% chance of a tornado occurring in Little Rock toward Plum, East Union, Kentucky. That's going to head down toward Sharpsburg, Judy Stoops, Owensville. We now have an extension of this warning over here for Winchester, Pilot View, Ruckerville, Bloomingdale for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. We still have some rotation happening over here, by the way, toward Vanceburg, whatever the world that name is, toward Camp Dix, Ruggles, Tannery, where the tornado warning is going to expire in 28 minutes there. If you are in purple, again, Flemingsburg, Hillsboro, Plumber's Landing, Muses Mill, Ryan, Sherburne, Waltz, as well as Carlisle, Moorfield, Sprout, Upper Licks, East Union, Plum, North Middletown, Stony Point, Paris. You are all under a destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for winds that are capable of reaching and have already reached up to 80 miles per hour. An incredible feat of Mother Nature is occurring right now in the eastern portions of Kentucky. Again, we have 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are occurring from Flemingsburg to Sharpsburg, North Middletown. Then we still have this tornado warning that's happening over here for Garrison, Vanceburg, and Ruggles, as well as another tornado warning happening toward Owensville, Salt Lake, Stepstone, Preston, Olympia, and Stoops. Our power is flashing in Flemingsburg, Ohio. Thank you for that update there. Sorry to hear that, my friend. Tornado warning still for Carlisle? No. But you are under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We have a new tornado warning that has just been issued now for Triplet, Moorhead, Smile, Waltz, Plummer's Landing, Sideway, Lighton, Dewdrop, Stark, Kentucky. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. We do have a camera that's live in Moorhead, courtesy of Hascams. So let's go ahead and pull up that camera there, and we'll keep that live for you guys. So we'll be able to see this storm as it moves over that Moorhead live camera. Before it gets there, I'm going to grab a water bottle real quickly. My gosh. Is that another tornado warning? Guys, right now I want to point out we have a lot of people in the chat that are asking what's going to happen in their area, so on and so forth. Right now, we are covering the areas that are under immediate impacts. We have several tornado warnings, several destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that are happening right now. When these get over your area or get close to your area, I will let you know and give you that same respect as well. But right now, let's protect the lives that are currently at stake up here in the eastern portions of the state. So we do have another tornado warning for Olive Hill, Grayson. That's the city, Grayson, not Grayson County. Carter, Rooney, Beech Grove, Hitchens, and Denton, as well as Overta, Webbville, Stevens, Sarah, and Maisie out there in eastern Kentucky. Let's do some measuring here. Okay, I don't think I see the 100-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, no, thank you. I got my tea. Thank you, bro. All right, bro. Thank you. I no longer see those 100-mile-per-hour winds that were showing up on the radar, so hopefully that was just some radar feedback. Wait, let me just. I see 92, 96, 102. Never mind, I lied. It's right here. In that same spot still, too. Very interesting. This could be a spin up that may be happening. Yeah, we may be having a spin up happening just to the south of Bunker Hill toward Judy, Stoops, Sharpsburg, Stepstone, Owensville. What an incredible line of. I'll be the first to say, guys, I thought this would be, an impactful day. I didn't think it would be this insane. All right, later, man. Take a look here and see if we still have any rotations that are happening. Rotation tracks over the last 30 minutes. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, this thing is definitely producing. I think it's producing a tornado at this point. We got a really nice rotation track that has lined up also exactly where those winds that we were seeing are of the 100 to 120 mile per hour wind gust. Again, this would be toward Little Rock, Plum, Judy, now heading towards Stoops. Basically on the western side of this warning for Stepstone, Stoops, Judy, just west of Owingsville, just west of Sharpsburg, where we're seeing a rotational track happening there. We have another decent rotational track, although not as impressive over here for Camp Dix, whatever the road that name is, toward Ruggles as well. A little bit of rotation happening there towards Cindy Hook, but not a whole lot, not really enough to write home about. For those of you that are asking a lot about Georgetown and Lexington, as you can see here, none of these storms are rotating over here. There's nothing really brightening up. I just kind of give you some comfort there. My goodness. We're still getting 72, 73, 80, 79, 80, widespread 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts happening. And there we go. There's an extension of the warning for Moorhead, Mount Sterling, Stanton, West Liberty, Frenchburg, Sandy Hook, where 80 mile per hour winds are occurring. Again, this is purple warning that you see here highlighted here is going to be for 80 mile per hour wind gusts that are occurring over here. Again, that'll be in Moorhead soon, Owingsville, Mount Sterling here soon. Then up after that, next 10 to 15 minutes, Jeffersonville, or 15, 20 minutes, sorry, Jeffersonville, Frenchburg, Sandy Hook, and then down eventually towards Stanton, West Liberty, and Hazel Green. Again, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. We're talking about hurricane force level winds that are happening in eastern portions of the states right now. Thank you again for everyone that is liking and sharing the video, helping us save lives and helping us grow. Thank you for doing your part and liking and sharing the video. We appreciate you guys a ton. Again, guys, right now we are focused on trying to save some lives. I will answer questions as they come in, but right now we're focused on these areas very, very hard. If I'm not mentioning your city name right now, that's a good thing. Just know that. We have a very powerful, almost derecho level storm system that's happening out here in eastern Kentucky. That Moorhead camera still up? Again, that Moorhead camera is going to be right in the square middle of that 80 mile per hour severe warning. So we're going to be able to see that live on that camera when it gets a little bit closer. I will pull that up. Take a look back through the radar here. We're still seeing some very strong winds happening, especially between Judy, Grassy Lick, Stoops, and Sharpsburg, Kentucky. And still got a nice just ball of winds over here toward Crum, Ryan, Muses Mill, Plummer's Landing, Waltz, and all. We may have another little spinner trying to happen over here towards Sherburne and Hillsboro, by the way, as well. I haven't forgotten about you guys over here toward Ashland, Ironton, Greenup, Canonsburg, where a 70 mile per hour severe warning is still possible out or is still going on out here for this line as it scoots through your area over the next 30 minutes there. And we have another warning over here for Winchester for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Special weather statement for the Lexington area. Bryan Station is under a severe warning for the next 4 minutes. We got storms about to go through Louisville now as well. LaGrange area. Got to keep an eye on those. But again, what we're seeing right now is a pretty rare event, especially for Kentucky. 80 mile per hour wind gusts have been recorded and continue on out here in eastern portions of the state. As you see here, this is the Mesonet station over here in Nicholas County. It did record 81 mile per hour wind gusts about 20 minutes ago. Oh, look at that Moorhead camera starting to shake already. Going to the full cam here. Going to the full cam. That Moorhead camera starting to shake already. Again, this Moorhead camera is square in the middle of the 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Take a look at the sheets of rain that you can see already on that camera. Even though the storm hasn't even technically gotten to that camera yet, you can already see sheets coming down. Again, 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts are about to go right over this camera that we're looking at, courtesy of HazCams. Shout out to them for helping us protect Kentucky with these weather cameras that are phenomenal. I mean, look at that camera. It's just going wild. I mean, it's just rocking. Again, right now, what we're looking at is a camera right in the middle of the 80-mile-per-hour severe warning that you see on the middle portion of your screen there. Look at that camera just get rocked. And I mean, it hasn't really even made it to that camera yet. Look at those just sheets. There you go. Now you're starting to see the trees in the background going. Really curious to see what we're about to see on this camera here. This camera is just a hair west of the worst. So this camera is probably going to go through 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. It looks like the 70 to 80 is just going to be a little bit east of this camera. So we're not going to see the worst of the storm, but we should still at least have a great view as to what's really happening out here. I'm watching those trees in the background. Again, I will try to get back to answer some of your questions here soon when these storms calm down a little bit. Right now, we're focused on saving lives, folks. So please stop spamming the chat, asking about cities that are not included in these warnings. Okay. And when these warnings get close to or over your area will get that same level of respect. I promise. But right now, these people that are in these warnings are in a life threatening situation. That's not drama. In a life threatening situation. Look at that camera. Just absolutely getting rocked out there. Again, this camera is just west of the worst of it. So the worst of it's not going through this camera. That's going to be just east of this camera, but it's still going through a really rough part here. This camera is usually very stable. I look at this camera almost every day. So to see it get rocked like this means, it's definitely some really decent winds going on out there. Thank you again, everyone that's liking, sharing the video. We appreciate you guys. All right, we're going to come back onto our full screen here. We'll get that camera up on the middle left portion of the screen. I'm not giving anyone an all clear yet. I've seen a couple people asking about that. Just want to make it very clear. We're not giving anyone any all clears yet. Because we now have another line of storms to look at back out here in Indiana later on. So no one's getting all clear at the moment. We have a warning now for Gainesway, Nicholasville, Richmond, Million, Ford, out there in central eastern Kentucky for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized tail. Once again, if you're just now tuning in here, in this purple area is your extremely dangerous situation. Again, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts have been recorded with the storm and continue to be a possibility as these storms move through Moorhead and Owensville and then down toward Jeffersonville, Stanton, West Liberty, and Hazel Green over the next 30 minutes. And we also still have a tornado warning active for Grayson, Olive Hill, Moorhead, Owensville, Stepstone, Olympia, Preston, and Salt Lake. We also still have our severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust happening over here for Ashland, Canonsburg, Pritchard, Louisa, and Greenup over the next 1 hour. Boy, this line is impressive. Not in a good way, but like just, Jeez. By the way, the National Weather Service, besides obviously the tornado outlook that could have been 5%, look at how they nailed the outlook, like the placement of it. Here are all your current warnings. They're all inside of the level 3 risk. Just absolutely beautiful job by the National Weather Service today. They get a lot of hate because people are weird. I think they could do better. But, man, I got to give them their props. Obviously, they probably should have gone with the 5% tornado risk. But you're kind of splitting hairs at that point. The overall placement of the risk, though, it has been phenomenal today. All right. What direction is the storm going? Moving southeast. No one's getting an all clear, folks. Obviously, the worst of the storm line is on the front side, so if it's past you, obviously you're kind of clear for right now. But we have to watch for any more lines that may be developing behind this later on. So I'm really not comfortable giving anyone an all clear. What I think the storms look like for London. The worst of it probably goes just to your east, but again, damaging winds are the main threat, up to 70 miles per hour. when the storm line gets to you in a couple of hours. What an incredible storm line. I would assume, by the way, if anyone's curious, I would assume it should start weakening probably in about a half hour to 45 minutes. The reason I think that is because the more southeast it goes, the more it gets away from the better wind field. So these storms moving like this. But also the reason I think that is because you have this batch of storms here that has kind of jumped out in front, and that should help weaken the environment so it can't really support this line as much, which has been the more forceful line. So my assumption is once these lines kind of get together, they'll probably peak real quickly, and then they should all begin to kind of wind down slowly. Okay, that's my assumption. We'll see if we're right on that. Does look like the winds have calmed down maybe a little bit. Let's check our power outages. Whoa. Pretty much the whole county out there in Robertson County is out of power. Pretty much that whole county's out of power. We have over 63,000 Kentuckians out of power right now, and that number is continuing to climb rapidly. I want to check on my friend to make sure he's doing okay. He lives out there. Are you okay, brother? When will they get together? Probably over the next 30 to 40 minutes. We're already starting to see them try and branch together. So you see these kind of. So here's your front line that's developed over the last 45 minutes or so, and then here's the back line. And this back line is moving faster than this front line. So it's catching it. And you can see it's already starting to try and bridge the gaps here. Again, for a little quick recap, folks, let's go left to right here. Nicholasville, Gainesway, Keene, Richmond, you are all under a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. That same thing is true for Winchester, Becknerville, Forest Grove, Bloomingdale, Pilot View. Over here in purple, this huge purple warning that you see here. Looks really cute, huh? No, it's an extremely dangerous situation that's happening in Moorhead, Owingsville, Mount Sterling, Jeffersonville, Frenchburg, Stanton, Hazel Green, Campton, West Liberty, Sandy Hook, so on and so forth. The extremely dangerous part, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that have already been recorded is going through those areas. Over here for Olive Hill, Grayson, Sandy Hook, Moorhead, Webbville, Willard, Stevens, Dobbins, under that tornado warning for the next 25 minutes. Over here for Ashland, Louisa, Pritchard, Cannonsburg, Greenup, Argolite, Hunwell, Hopewell, Blaine, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible in that warning for that location. So we have an extremely violent line of storms that has pushed through the northern portions of the state and now continuing to the eastern portions of the state. Not be scared. Just stay in your safe spots. If you have a Covenant storm shelter, if you don't have one, reach out to them. I don't know what you dingbats are doing. You need a storm shelter. Hello, Kentucky's been under severe weather for like the last 6 years. So a Covenant storm shelter. So if you don't have that, reach out to those folks. They're phenomenal people. Stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your bathroom, and you should be fine. Now, obviously, if you're in a mobile home, get the heck out of there if you have the opportunity. If you're in any of these warnings right now or just in front of them. Lindsay said, is Moorhead Olive Hill still getting 80-mile-per-hour winds? Yes, you were still under that warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. I don't think I'm seeing 80 anymore, but we still are seeing 60 to 70. So yeah, we got 70 all throughout there. Olive Hill up here. Olive Hill might still. This might be a tornado actually. I mean, this could very well be a tornado that's happening. Let's see here. Yeah, it's pretty close. Olive Hill, Lawton. It's definitely rotating right over Olive Hill right now. Is it going to hit southeast? Yes, these storms will go to the southeastern portion of the state in a few hours. Should it be a little bit weaker by the time they get there, but we'll let you know. Wow. My friend just sent me a picture who drove through the storm in Paris, Kentucky toward Georgetown, and their windshield got busted by some hail that was occurring out there. This dingbat can't afford a storm shelter. Oh, I know they're. I'm not saying I didn't mean it like that, folks. I'm just saying some people haven't even looked into it. But the Covenant Storm Shelter does offer a lot of flexible payment plans, so it's worth at least looking into. Is Moorhead still under warning? Yes, you are. Now the worst of it should be past you, but you are still technically included in that warning. Yeah, the Kentucky Mesonet weather stations are still picking up. You can see that yellow and red kind of edging down into Bath County. So still trying to pick up on 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's occurring. Sorry, my nose is itching like crazy. You think it might hit Georgetown, Kentucky? The worst of it should be past Georgetown, Kentucky for now. Look at this storm line, folks. Just incredible. Let me see if I can show you guys this. It'll come through well on the camera. Oh, that light's messing with it. Oh, Malin's awake. You can kind of see it there. The windshield got busted out there. Out there, he was traveling from Paris to Georgetown, Kentucky. So got busted out pretty good there from hail that was occurring. Yeah, we now have a rotational signature over here between Olive Hill and Lawton, where we noticed that rotation happening before. Just incredible, and not in a good way, obviously. Of a downburst of winds happening from Blaze, Zag, and Scranton, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts most likely. Still have widespread 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds occurring from Olive Hill through Moorhead, Owensville, Mount Sterling. Then out here toward Winchester and Nicholasville, looks like maybe some hail is occurring as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And then, of course, out here toward Louisa, Ironton, Ashland, Pritchard, we have that 70-mile-per-hour severe wind gust warning out there. Yeah, the storm by LaGrange looks like a thunder shower at this point. Doesn't really look like anything mature. Is there a tornado in Moorhead? People are saying they have seen one. I wouldn't doubt it, but I also cannot confirm it. No, don't really see any real risk for Greene County. What does a blue mean? That's a special weather statement, so a below severe level storm. Are you expecting the next line to be as severe as this line was? No. If there is a second line, it should be what I refer to as marginally severe, so a low end severe risk. This to me, I'm going to be quite frank with you guys. This to me was a very clear level 4 out of 5 risk that should have been issued by the SPC. That's the only problem I had with their outlook today. Well, 4 out of 5 risk looked pretty obvious in my eyes, especially once the storm line got going up there toward Indiana and Illinois. But that secondary line should be more of a marginal, kind of that lower, that level 1 out of 5 risk. Mount Sterling, obviously, you're under that warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Remain indoors, at least for the next 15 minutes. How's Jeffersonville looking? Obviously, the same as Mount Sterling there. 80-mile-per-hour wind gust possible with that severe storm as it moves over your area in about 10 to 15 minutes. Starting to storm in Louisa now. Thank you for that update there out of Louisa. Looks like that new line kind of caught that area early. Hopefully, that helps to weaken that line that's behind it for you. I don't really see any real big threat for Louisville. Moorhead, Grayson, obviously under that tornado warning right now, needs to remain in their safe spots. At the very least, you're probably going to see 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, at the very least. We have another. Is this trying to spin over here toward Frenchburg? It is trying to spin over here toward Frenchburg. We have a little spin potentially happening over here in Frenchburg, Kentucky. I love how the storm chasers always stop before the storms get into Kentucky. Like, come on, go chase in Kentucky. Irritates me every time. It's at the end of the worst of its past you, my friend. Winds are insane and no visibility. Oh, I bet. Yeah, we're still getting really high readings for the mesonet. See that yellow and orange that's branching out? The red is 60 already. So when you see this yellow and orange begin to branch, get wide like this, you know something significant's happening. Lost power in Lexington. Sorry to hear that. Thank you for that report there. How long till it passes Moorhead? Worst of it's probably past you now. You're just going to continue to see rain and winds, but the worst of it should be past you. What is the purple over Beattyville? That is the 80-mile-per-hour severe warning if you're talking about the purple. Trainer warning over here for Colton, Hunwell, and Hopewell, by the way, as well. I don't remember if I mentioned that or not, but they extended that one up there. Oh, my nose. Don't start this stuff. My nose just itches like crazy when I talk a lot. I don't know what it is. Less power in Clark County tornado chances for us. Again, probably technically 2%, but they're probably closer to 5%. Still getting some rotation over here for Elliotteville, Sideway, and Eastern Kentucky. Still getting a little bit of rotation over here to Olive Hill, but not as as organized as it once was. Gosh darn knows, man. I freaking hate allergies. And I feel like allergy medicine doesn't do a damn thing. Doesn't matter how much I take. We got up here toward Mount Sterling. What are you doing, Mount Sterling? We now have a new warning for Sailorsville and Paintsville and West Liberty for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. We now have over 66,000 people in Kentucky without power. That number's just continuing to climb. It's skyrocketing, really. No, Western Kentucky would not be involved with these storms. Owensville, Moorhead will 80-mile-per-hour hit around here. It is possible for up to 80 miles per hour, Kayla. You might need allergy shots. Yeah, I've been considering talking to my doctor about it. Last time I talked to her about it, she kind of brushed it off. So I'm not sure she really felt like it was a good thing for me. But I'm definitely going to bring it back up again. Yeah, I'm still getting 70-mile-per-hour wind gust readings over here toward Olive Hill, 70 near just south of Moorhead, 70 near just south of Owensville. The winds aren't really all that impressive over here toward Nicholasville and Winchester, but the hail is probably quite impressive. Let's see here. Definitely some decent hail cores. Starting to see more hail cores now, which I think should start to really lower that tornado risk. So we're starting to see the transition from the surface to elevated. So what I mean by that is rotation is still happening, but that rotation is happening above our heads, which indicates a damaging wind and hail threat. When the rotation is on the ground, obviously that indicates a tornadic. Where do you live? Are you in Kentucky? Yes. I'm in Hardin County. Is it almost past Owensville? Yeah, the worst of it's past you. You're too quiet when you lean backwards? Yeah. I'm further away from the microphone. What about Louisa? Still in that warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust for the next 1 hour. Yeah, I take Allegro right now. Cricket, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Is it past Warsaw? Isn't Warsaw up here? Yeah, it's way past Warsaw. Boy, look at this line of storms. My goodness. Okay, we still have this 80-mile-per-hour severe warning for Frenchburg, Jeffersonville, Stanton, Salt Lick, Sandy Hook, West Liberty, Ezel, Hazel Green out there in eastern Kentucky. You still have your tornado warnings up here in pink for Grand, Hitchens, Beech Grove, Grayson, Hunwell, Colton, Webbville, Overta. 70-mile-per-hour severe warning for Ashland, Ironton, Summit, Pritchard, Louisa. And then quarter-size tail is your main hazard for Winchester, Nicholasville, and the surrounding areas, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Oh, all right. I'm going to go splash some water on my nose real quickly. Give me just a second, guys. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I'm back. Stop yelling at me. Thank you for the $2 super chat. How's the Grayson storm looking? So under that tornado warning for the next 25 or 9 minutes. Sorry. Louisville, don't really expect any real severe risk there. With this line's not anywhere near you. Just watch that line back out here toward, and of course this line is going crazy now back here. Goodness, it's gonna be a long night. Gonna be a long one, folks. Did I tell you guys we had like 4 or 5 lines coming? Well, football practice in 30 minutes in Harrodsburg. Well, good luck with that. That'll be in your area in about 30 minutes. That other storm might hit Louisville. It'll be close. We just have to wait till later to see how it's moving. Power outages just jumped to 74,000 now. We're probably going to hit 100,000 by the time this is all said and done. Incredible. Have some rotation happening over here toward Ordinary and Dewdrop. Maybe a little bit more over here toward the Means area just west of Frenchburg. Any concerns for Richmond? You have that severe warning just to your north there for quarter size down 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so keep an eye on that. Georgetown, the worst of it's already passed you. Please do not spam, folks. Again, I've already mentioned Winchester's under that 60-mile-per-hour severe wind warning as well as quarter size tail. Yes, the worst of it's past Moorhead. What's the news on Frenchburg? Still under the 80-mile-per-hour severe warning, but probably closer to 70. Let me take a look at the winds. Yeah, probably back down to 60 and 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. West Liberty, same thing as Frenchburg there. Yeah, so we're getting a few hail reports of quarter-sized hail happening just south of Lexington toward Gainesway. Yeah, the worst of it's past Lexington. Will there be another line of severe storms tonight? There is a possibility for another line of storms overnight. We still have 2 active tornado warnings again over here for Hunwell, Colton, Grayson, Beech Grove, Hitchens, Denton, Willard, Beetle, Webbville, Overta out there in eastern Kentucky. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at the rotational tracks. Oh, we got all kinds of rotation happening over here. Sophie and John's Run. So if you're still in this pink area over here in these tornado warnings, definitely remain in your safe spot. I don't really know about this one up here. This one's not really spinning, but this one down here for Beetle, Willard, Hitchens, Beech Grove, Grayson, Gron, Denton, Overta, or definitely have some very obvious rotational signatures happening there. A little bit of rotation over towards Sandy Hook. No real rotation happening over here for Winchester, Nicholasville. A little bit of rotation happening over towards South Visa. Interesting. What we got going on out here? Yeah, it's rotating a little bit over there toward Ballard. Surprised we don't got a severe warning on that. London or Corbin, Kentucky, obviously got a couple hours, so it gets to you. Should be a little bit weaker by the time it gets there, but still look out for a damaging wind threat. What are we looking at from Ashland to Louisa on 23? 70-mile-per-hour wind gust possible when that main storm line gets there in about 25 minutes. Thank you for that report out of Lawrenceburg. West Liberty still under that 80-mile-per-hour severe warning, but I think it's closer to 60, 70. But either way, still a severe warning there. Oh my goodness, my nose. Come on, man. Anything in Olive Hill? Looks like the worst of it's past Olive Hill. Uh-oh. We got a problem. The velocity scans are way behind the reflectivity scans. I haven't used radar scope in forever. I forgot how to use it. I want to see if it's doing it here too. This velocity scan came through at 538. Radar scan came through at 541. 538. 538. Weatherwise, last scan is 528, so it's about 13 minutes behind. Brett. Come on, guys. Joanna, thank you for the 20 stars. I appreciate you. Nikki, thank you for your 100 stars. I appreciate that as well. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Let me refresh the website here. Maybe that will do it. No, still at 10 minutes behind here, 12 minutes behind. What about a different radar site? That's working fine on the Louisville radar. It's just the Jackson radar, but it's working fine on Radar Scope. So that's a little strange. I don't think I've seen that issue before. It's just hard to tell. I'm gonna have to use Radar Scope, and I hate using Radar Scope because it looks disgustingly hideous. But got to do what I got to do. I don't really see any rotation happening anymore. Maybe a little bit up here. Where are the city labels at? Why are the city labels not working? There we go. I hate Radar Scope, but I have it as a backup. Maybe over here toward just southeast of Grayson, getting close to Louisa. A little bit of rotation happening there. God, I hate Radar Scope so bad. But the velocity's just not working on here for whatever reason. Okay, they're looking into it. So hopefully we get it fixed. We have a new tornado warning now for Easel, Hazel Green. Oh, that expired now. Sorry. That expired now. Sorry, I thought I saw that popping up. That expires as well. Didn't that just pop up though? Am I losing my mind? No, it's been there. I'm losing my mind. That's just all there's to it. So many warnings are happening. I'm losing my mind. Jackson Radar's messed up on radio 2 or TV 2. Yeah, but for whatever reason, it's working on Radar Scope. At least it says it's working. Let's see. Let's compare. I know we got a lot of stuff going on, but I need to. Okay, this has come through at 5:29. There is a peak in winds around Korea, Kentucky, but that just updated. At 5:31, there's a peak of winds in 26, Kellecy, which was just west of West Liberty. This is not seeing that. This is definitely behind. Really unfortunate. I don't know what's going on. That's the first time I've seen that bug, but they are investigating. So hopefully, Bill, it's not working for Bill either. It's weird 'cause it says it's working on Radar Scope, but on Radar Scope you can't tell because it's not good. It doesn't have as much detail as these newer radars have. Like Weatherwise has so much great detail. I can't tell what's happening here. Maybe it's just isolated to the radar. It looks like did they get rid of that 80-mile-per-hour warning? Are they going to put a new warning out for it? Or just going to cancel it altogether? Both the tornado warnings are gone too. I mean, surely there's still going to be a severe warning here, right? Where's it at? Because, I mean, there's still 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds occurring. Not as bad, but still occurring. There we go. West Liberty, Sailorsville, Foraker, Russo, Royalton, Gypsy, under an extremely dangerous situation warning now for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are occurring. Yep, there it is right there. 86 mile per hour being recorded by the radar, actually. 86 miles per hour. That is in just southwest of West Liberty, so that would be toward this area. Candle City, Letchawa, Lee City. What in the world are those names? Ah, okay. The weatherwise devs are looking into it. Okay, let me text them back quick. Daughter just sent me a video rotation over Gerard. No warnings, but sirens going off. Well, there are tornado possible tags on nearly all these warnings, so it's still technically covered. Hopefully, nothing hits the ground. Still getting 82, 86. Still getting 80-mile-per-hour wind gust occurring. There, now I can see a little bit better. I hate that I have to use a radar scope right now. It's so ugly. But at least it's working, so gotta do what we gotta do. Why are we not getting any more city labels pop up on here, though? That's just west of Sailorsville, or however you say that. So over here toward, yeah, Real Rim, Burkhart, Dale, Rose Forks, where that peak 80-mile-per-hour wind gust are really occurring. Yes, this is the main line. We got you on the big screen at work, George Noel. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Made it through Georgetown. Good to hear, my friend. How long Lexington going to be saved? What? But the worst of it's south of Lexington, by the way, if that's what you're trying to ask. Louisa, Blaine, Ashland, Summit, Canonsburg, Pritchard under that 70-mile-per-hour severe warning. Paintsville under a 60-mile-per-hour warning with quarter-sized hail possible. Over here toward Nicholasville, just a hair north of Richmond, Million, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail occurring there with that severe warning. We do have another line of storms back out here toward western Indiana that's trying to develop. We'll see how it trends. Again, in purple over here, we do have that extremely dangerous situation warning for West Liberty, Hazel Green, Saylorsville, and that surrounding area. These storms are beginning to weaken a little bit. Obviously, there's still some peak spots happening, but we're seeing overall we're seeing less warnings, which is a good sign. I wish these weren't behind. I gotta use this stupid app. You're loyal to Weatherwise, but Weatherwise has a special place in my heart, and it's again unbiasedly just the best radar out there right now. They are getting some great competition from other folks, but I just still like overall just not even close. Otherwise, it's on a whole different level. But to be quite honest with you, a lot of the radars work the same. It's all kind of about what you prefer, what you look like, or what you like to look at. You know what I mean? Pretty much, all the radars are pretty much the same. There's just some different advantages each radar has and or app has, and pretty much comes down to what you like to look at. Pretty much. Again, we still have this 80-mile-per-hour severe warning, extremely dangerous situation in the highlighted area. You think you could do a storm shelter review one day for Patreon members? What's Patreon? Yeah, weatherwise is phenomenal. Did nothing in Grayson but rain heavy a little bit. I'm glad that's all you got, my friend. Is the worst past West Liberty? Yes. We have an expansion of the extremely dangerous situation warning for Campton, Beattyville, Jackson, Boonville, Irvine, Stanton, Island City. So we have an expansion of that 80-mile-per-hour. What? We go from nothing to 80? Kind of hard for me to judge when I can't really read what's happening. But I don't really see, even on radar scope here, I don't really see 80 happening. in this new area. I don't know. Because big purple, both these purple boxes are for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're talking about some serious winds here. Extremely dangerous situation from Campton, Beattyville, Jackson, Boonville, Island City, Irvine, Stanton, Campton, Hazel Green, Easel, Sailorsville, Tip Top, Forker, Rousseau, Swampton, Sublet, Gapville, and surrounding areas. Dropped over 20 degrees here in Lexington. Goodness gracious, I'm jealous of you. I'm not sure where Wellington's at. You have to give me a bigger city near you, my friend. Sorry, guys. My nose is just. Is it past Stanton? Yeah, the worst of it's past Stanton. Are we all good in Grayson? Yeah, the worst of it should be past you out there in Grayson. For Southern Kentucky, Bowling Green area? Probably not. It'd be to your east. Thank you to everyone that has liked and shared the video. I appreciate seeing all the likes and the hearts coming across the screen. Thank you to everyone that's sharing the broadcast too. I appreciate you guys. It's completely free for you all to do. It helps us grow and inform more people. So thank you to everyone that has done their part in liking and sharing the video. In the Irvine area, when should we expect the winds to pick up? Probably within the next 10 minutes. I don't know. I'm not really seeing any, unless this is behind now too. Let me see, 552. No, it's still on. I'm not really seeing. Let me know what you see out there when it comes through. I'm not really seeing the 80-mile-an-hour winds reaching Irvine, but you are included in the 80-mile-per-hour severe warning, so please be very careful. Taylor, thank you very much. Louisa's in that 70-mile-per-hour severe warning. The winds will kick up really in about 10 minutes. Is the front of our line only our concern? The middle portions of the line have been, quite severe as well. So I would say, keep an eye out for the entire line. I'm going to check back in here at the storm line in Indiana just to see. Right now it's marginally severe, which I expected that. Hopefully it stays that way and just weakens. I'm not trying to deal with a second severe line. I don't know about you guys. No, Richmond is not all clear. My nose, I'm going to lose it. In Somerset, when should we expect storms? Well, the worst of it will probably be to your east, but it'll still be a couple of hours. Would you say Easel's in the all clear? Where the heck is Easel at? Is that up here? Yeah, I mean, technically you're still included in that 80-mile-per-hour warning, but I think it's past you at this point. Hey, Itchy Nose is the worst. Oh, I can't stand it. Yes, the worst part is past Georgetown. I'm in Manchester. What should I do? If you're in a warning, make sure you remain in your safe spot. Taking a look through here, see what we got going on. Now it's 20 minutes behind. I think the Velocity products are maybe out of service. That's terrible time. A terrible time for that to happen. Now I got to use this stupid app. I'm not really sure where Wellington's at. You got to give me a bigger location near you if you don't mind. Corbin, Kentucky still got a couple of hours till it gets to your location. Keep an eye out for damaging wind gusts. Same thing can be said for Manchester, London. How's Northern Kentucky looking for later on? Probably another line of storms late tonight going into the overnight hours. Keep an eye on that. Should be less severe, but we'll keep an eye on that. See what we're measuring over here. So we got 55. This nose is going to be the death of me. Still getting 70 to 80 mile an hour readings just to the northeast of Jackson, Kentucky. Still not really getting a whole lot over here toward Irvine and Willow Shoals, which I would expect to see a little bit more for an 80 mile an hour warning. Let me know what you guys are seeing over there if you guys don't mind. Hazard, Kentucky, giving out later on this evening once the storm line gets to you, mainly damaging winds. Paintsville still under that severe warning for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter size hail over the next 30 minutes. Richmond, keep an eye on that storm that's to your northwest right now. Nicholasville. Frankfurt is not going to hit you. It's already past you. Wellington is somewhere near Louisville. Okay, then I have zero concern for that area. Okay, I think we got caught up there. There are currently no active tornado warnings, by the way. I think someone asked about tornado warning. There are currently zero active tornado warnings. Absolutely pouring and the wind is howling between Louisa and Paintsville right now. Gene, thank you for that update there. More wind than there is rain in Irvine. Thank you, Brooklyn, for that update there. Looks like the mesonet has calmed down so far. Right now, we're between 35 to about 55 mile per hour wind gusts on most of the mesonet. We're up to 87,000 people without power. That number's going to cross 100,000 here soon, in my opinion. Oh, are we back? Oh, no. It's still 20 minutes behind. Well. One man can hope. I just don't like using this app anymore. I mean, technically it's fine, but just like to look at it, it's hilariously behind the other apps when it comes to visuals. I will say it does work a lot better. When I used to use it in the past, man, it would be like really laggy, but it feels a lot more smooth. Got a TDS signature up here toward Grayson, Kentucky from before. Thunder's picking up in Moorhead. Yeah, the worst was past you, though. You're good. You're just hearing the thunder shower at this point. Frenchburg. Where isn't Frenchburg near here somewhere? Blaine, Kentucky, the worst of its past you. I think I saw someone ask about Blaine, Kentucky. Where the heck is Frenchburg at? Isn't it around here somewhere? Where are you at, Frenchburg? Where are you at? Aren't you in here somewhere? Oh, heck it. Just type it in. Oh, Worstwood's past Frenchburg. Worstwood is past you in Frenchburg. No concern for Shepherdsville area. There's also Wellington and Frenchburg. Oh, okay. Thank you, Michael. What weather app is that? Well, this is WeatherWise. The other one I'm using was Radar Scope. I got you, Cruz. Thank you. Is Green up in Grayson good now? Yeah. Is Clay City in the clear of the worst of it? Where's Clay City at? Type that in up here. You are apparently in here somewhere. Oh, worst of it's past you, all the way up here. Is there another round of storms? There is another round of storms possible late tonight going into the overnight hours. Is this weakening? Sort of, kinda. We still got the extremely dangerous situation warnings up in purple, but I'm just not seeing the 80 mile an hour readings on the radar. So I don't know what to make of that. By the way, the warning for Nicholasville has been allowed to expire. Nicholasville, Harrisburg, Danville, Richmond, all under a special weather statement for, I'm assuming, 50-mile-per-hour wind gust and small hail. Then we still have our warning over here for Louisa and Pritchard and Blaine, but it looks like the worst of that is probably moving into the West Virginia area. So it looks like we're pretty much left with these two extremely dangerous situation warnings that are happening in the southeastern corner of the state. Storm overnight going to be bad. It has the potential to be marginally severe. I don't think it would be as severe as this line of storms. What is the purple? These purple is the extremely dangerous situation severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. That includes Irvine. That's also when I asked about Irvine. South Central Kentucky, I have zero concern. What about Richmond under that special weather statement? Special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. Naya, thank you for that report out of Frankfort. Here right now, the only active warnings are in your purple and orange that you see. So we only have 3 active warnings. The only problem with that is 2 of the active warnings are extremely dangerous situations with quarter-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, and a tornado is also possible. Take this up a tilt and see what we have. 50, 66, 69. Yeah, I've been consistently getting between 60 and 70. I got a couple of 80-mile-an-hour spots, but when you only see a couple, it really leads you to believe it's closer to 65 to 70. Let's check the rotational tracks. We're still getting some rotational tracks over here, just to the east of Jackson toward Russo, Forkers, Taylorsville, Swampton. The rotational tracks have calmed down toward Louisa. It looks like overall the rotational tracks have calmed down. When I put this, so like for example, let me put this onto a 4-hour window here, and you'll see up here toward northern Kentucky, the rotation was definitely a lot stronger. It has since kind of easily calmed down a little bit. Obviously, we still got a nice pocket here, just south of West Liberty, heading towards Taylorsville, but it has calmed down drastically. So again, a good sign that the storms are starting to weaken, but are still posing a considerable severe threat. You think Manchester, Kentucky is going to get bad? Well, it has a couple hours till it gets to you. And I think it should be in a much more stable state by then, but it should still pose a low-end damaging wind risk. I'm not sure where Burning Springs is. If you can give me a bigger city near you, that would be great. Amy, thank you very much for that report out of E-Town. How does Berea look? Currently, the storms that are projected to go near your area are just strong and non-severe at this time. I don't know where Winter is. Again, if you guys live in a small town, and you probably know if you do, help me out and give me a bigger city near you. How's Louisa, Kentucky? 70-mile-per-hour wind gust are the threat tag, or is the threat tag there as those storms are moving over your area right now? Oh my gosh, my nose. What about Williamstown? Down here? Oh, that's Williamsburg. I don't know where Williamstown is. Oh, Williamson. Yeah, keep an eye out for these storms that are to your northwest right now, but the section that's coming to your area in about an hour currently is non-severe. Wow. There are currently no active tornado warnings. How's Ghent, Kentucky? Guys, you got to give me bigger cities near you all, especially out there in eastern Kentucky where you have it's small town capital of the world out there. Help me out and give me a bigger city near you all. I have never heard of half these cities. What do you do if you're in a trailer in an open field with nothing around? At Paintsville, there's a creek and lots of trees. Well, the worst of it's past you, so that's the good news. But usually you would, obviously leave that situation and head to a shelter. Winchester? The worst of it's past Winchester. Are they getting ready to issue a tornado warning for Jackson? Probably not. I don't see any rotation happening there. I don't see any reason they would do that. Oh, across from the river in Vive, Indiana? Oh, the worst of it's past you. About what time do you think it'll hit Harlan, Kentucky? probably, unless you get one of these pop-up storms in front of you, you're probably looking at about 2.5, 3 hours before the main line. Should be a little bit more stable by the time it gets there. Nancy and Somerset, I think the worst of it would probably be to your east. Think you're going to get hit in Stanford? It's going to be real close, but the worst of it's definitely going to be to your east. Hazard is in the path of the tornado warning. There is no current tornado warning. What's the app? Sorry for asking. It's called WeatherWise. It's free. There are obviously some paid perks that you can get, but the actual basis of what you need is free. Jacob, thank you very much. I appreciate you, my friend. Someone's asking about Montgomery County out there in Mount Sterling. Obviously, the worst of it is past you there. Yes, there is. Where is the tornado warning active for? Oh, Jackson Station's having problems getting out? What is happening? Oh, I see that. Having an issue transmitting warnings and are not coming out on time. If you are in the path of these storms, go ahead and seek shelter. Oh my God. That is like incredibly bad. There is a tornado warning active for Hazard, Jackson. The problem is that it's 20 minutes behind. That would explain why this took so long to update here for Beattyville and Boonville and Jackson. Remember when I said, oh, they're not just going to issue a warning? Remember back out here? Oh, it's not popping up now because it was so long ago. But I was like, hey, where's the warning at? That would explain. Are we saying, oh my gosh? Because the warnings are 20 minutes delayed. That y'all realize how bad that could be? Especially on a day where there's 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts occurring? Along with that, their level 3 velocity is not working anymore either. Or the L3 velocity is not working anymore either. So, like, dude, you can't have that. You can't. There's no reason that in 2026 we have this many damn problems. There's no excuse for it. With all the testing that we do for these systems, there's no excuse to keep continuously having these problems. Eric, ain't no one talking to you. I don't even know, where's this tornado warning for? I guess I need to pull up their website on the side here. Tornado warning is for Hazard, Jackson, Awawam. So I guess I'll drop myself here. So tornado warning is going to be for. So we can keep track of this. It's going to be here. I hate that I have to do this. I don't want to mess this up. Down to Hazard along the county line. So we're talking about here. It's not perfect, guys. I'm sorry I have to draw this myself, but that's where the tornado warning is. What happens when you cut funding? To be fair, I really don't see. I mean, I really don't see much of rotational signature there. It's not even really being picked up by the composite radar either very much. I'm not really sure. That is insane. In 20 minutes, you could be blown away. Yeah, I mean, even 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, so I mean, pretty much what we're going to do is you know just to be careful here. What we're going to do is we're going to draw a circle and tell you guys to get in the safe spots. I mean, that's what we got to do because we've got level 3 radar down for the velocities, and we've got warnings that are being delayed. I don't even know where these warnings are. Here's the next warning for Pikeville, Paintsville, and West Liberty. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's out here. Yeah, so let's just do this. Let's just do this. This is out here. Okay. And then we'll just go to Berea as well. I mean, might as well. Okay, so everyone inside of this red circle, please be in your safe spot, your covenant storm shelter, your basement, whatever it is that you got. If you're in a mobile home, make sure you get to shelter if you can. If not, Godspeed. These are 80-mile-per-hour winds that are coming through here. Williamson, Prestonsburg, Dwell, Betsy Lane, Pikeville, Langley, Wayland, Wheelwright, Hindman, Hazard, Buckhorn, Juanita, Manchester, Burning Springs, Island City, Grayhawk, McKee, Annville, Livingston. Giving you guys plenty of a heads up. Make sure that you're in your safe spots here soon. If you're closer to the line, of course, like Betsy Lane, Langley, Prestonsburg, Williamson. Make sure that you're in your safe spots already. I'm just going to keep NWS Jackson. One of our neighboring offices is now providing a backup for all warnings. Please continue to stay safe and post it for. Why didn't that happen minutes ago? Why didn't that happen? This has been going on for 40 minutes. Why didn't that happen 40 minutes ago? Jesus. Yes, the warnings are taking 20 minutes to pop up. So every warning is like 20 minutes behind. So with that said, we're talking about this entire red circle. Just get in your safe spots. I would assume NWS Louisville's about to take over. I would assume NWS Louisville's about to take over, and that should have happened sooner. I don't know. I mean, if you recognize that problem's happening, it needs to go then. How long have they been behind? Yeah, E-Town has no concern. Okay, there comes that warning. So I think we're starting to get the warnings fixed now. That warning's there. That came out 3 minutes ago. So I think we're starting to get there. I'm assuming NWS Louisville's about to take over, or Wilmington, one of the two. Is Pikeville under a tornado warning? No, you are under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yes, it's east of Somerset right now. Again, if you're in the side of this red circle, make sure that you're in your safe spot. That goes from Sand Gap, McKee, Mount Vernon, Annville, East Bernstadt, Burning Springs, Manchester, Juanita, Buckhorn, Boonville, Jackson, Beattyville, Hazard, Hyman, Vico, Wayland, Wheelwright, Pikeville, Coal Run, Betsy Lane, Langley, Prestonsburg, Dwell, Williamson, Belfry, McCarr, Freeburn, Elkhorn City, Virgie. Again, 80, anywhere between 70 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gust has been occurring and will continue to occur with this line of storms as it comes through. Okay, we're starting to get caught up on the warnings. Where's the warning for Jackson and Beattyville, though? London, this will probably go, the worst will probably go just east of London. I'll let you know. You still have an hour and a half or so at least. Yes, there will be another line of storms that develops later on tonight going into the overnight hours. Richmond is just a strong storm near you right now. No need to be overly concerned. I don't really have a safe spot. I live in a holler southeast of Anvil. Well, if you got a store near you or anyone that has concrete, that's your safe spot. McKee should be in their safe spot. Ashland, the worst of it's past you. Yes, Alexis. And if you know you live in a small town, please give me a bigger city near you that I can help you with. Go over here to the radar scope and see if we can get some wind gust measurements. Freaking nose. This storm in Pikeville's going to approach this Ryan Hall, y'all, Canberra here soon. And he has the weather sensors on there so we can see what the wind gusts actually are as that storm goes through Ryan Hall's camera. I don't really think I need to shout him out because everyone knows who Ryan Hall is. He's awesome, but no, I just want to make sure I do the right thing. E-Town, Eastview area, I have zero concern. Vanessa, thank you for your 50 stars. I appreciate you. Nicholasville is just a strong storm that's south of you. Not severe. Nope, nothing for E-Town. Okay, here comes that warning for a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Isn't there still a tornado warning right here, too? It's so hard to know what's active and what's not active. Because that's the hardest part about this. So when did that tornado warning come out? Tornado warning came out, and it goes till 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. So it's still active for another 10 minutes. Again, this pink kind of square I drew here is where the tornado warning is. I didn't really see a rotation when I looked at it, but they still have that tornado warning active, I believe. Anyway, what a crap show. What an absolute crap show. Again, E-Town I have no concern for. But Moorhead's all clear for now. Again, Hardin County, I have no concern for Hardin County. Ryan does too many other places now. Hey, you just got to know what you expect, right? You know Ryan Hall's a national weather coverage, international weather coverage guy. So it's about what you like to watch. That's why I kind of stick right here because some people like to watch the national stuff. Some people like to watch somebody that's from Kentucky, and only does Kentucky. What's the drawn pink square for? It is for a tornado warning that is not popping up on the radar because they're having problems. NWS Jackson's having problems getting warnings out. But this pink kind of square I drew here is the active tornado warning until 6:30 if it's still active. I have no idea. Severe thunderstorm warning just came out for Jackson, Lost Creek, Buckhorn, Decoy, Juanita. That has not been popped up here yet. So again, my for those of you that may just not be hopping in here, anybody that's inside of the red circle, your best bet is just to be in your safe spot because warnings are being delayed by 20 minutes or so because of I'm guessing a technical issue somewhere in National Weather Service. So just anyone inside of the red circle, It needs to be in their safe spot. Over there in Williamson, Pikeville, Wright, Wayland, Langley, Betsy Lane, Elkhorn City, Mayking, Big Rock, Freeburn, in that severe warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that for some reason stretches up toward West Liberty and Paintsville where there's nothing happening. I have no idea what's going on. Level 3 radar for the velocities out as well, so we have to use this level 2 from radar scope. Whew. It's a hard one, man. If you're in the red circle, please get into your safe spots. Richmond, the worst of it's you're going to be to your east. I think right now you have strong thunder showers near you. Doesn't look too bad. What about Pikeville, Kentucky? Is in that severe warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. What about Barstown? Zero concern. I keep forgetting the velocities out. I have to go over here and use radar scope. Let's see here. We are getting 62, 66 mile per hour wind gusts just north of Hazard. I still am not really seeing any real rotation anywhere. Unless they talk about these storms. No, they're not talking about the storms down there. I'm really not seeing any real rotation. So I'm still not 100% sure of like where the tornado warning has come from. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I don't really see any real rotation happening. I see a lot of straight line winds, a lot of downbursts. I don't really see a lot of rotation. I also don't really think I'm seeing 80-mile-an-hour winds either. Yeah, we're recording 51, which is what I'm seeing on radar scope. We've got a 51 mile per hour recording out of Breathitt County, but I don't really see a whole lot more. First, this is probably one of the first times I've ever been about as confused as you guys are. Got a 70-mile-an-hour reading over here just south of Rocky Hill Heights, just north of Annville. What does that look like over here? That could be doing it. Should we be worried in Stanford? Where's Stanford? Yeah, it's Stanford. Oh, no. The worst of it's going to be to your east. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, my friend. The storms that will show up tonight, are they as concerning as today's storms? No. Is a severe storm in Indiana going to affect Louisville? Probably scoots just east of Louisville on the eastern side of Jefferson County to the more toward I-75 or I-71. Sorry. Since this first line was rough, do we think the second line tonight will have less energy? It should have less energy overall just because it's coming at a later time of night, overnight. It could still produce severe weather, but it should be much more manageable than what we've seen so far with this line. Finally got that warning to come out now for Jackson, Boonville, Beattyville, Island City, Juanita. This is going to be, again, for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. And again, in this pink is your 80-mile-per-hour wind gust warning. And it's about to cross over the Ryan Hall, y'all, Hascam. Looks like he's moving it right now. Whoa, look at that storm there. Again, this is courtesy of Ryan Hall, y'all, and Hascams. Again, this is over Pikeville, obviously, out there where Ryan is. And then up here on the top is where it's actually measuring wind gusts currently. So we'll actually be able to see what the winds are as it's crossing over the camera. Again, this is courtesy of Ryan Hall, y'all. You all know who he is. And then has cams on Weatherwise. Ooh. Right now, the wind is still reading at 7 miles an hour. Obviously, I think it's a little bit more than that. We can see the trees shaking, so I'm hoping it's still working correctly. Looks like you just got sheets of rain again. You see kind of the sheets coming down on the camera. I can't tell if that's stuff flying or birds flying. No, that's definitely debris flying, right? Or that certainly looked like debris. Oh, that's certainly debris. Certainly debris flying in Pikeville right now. Did y'all see that black stuff kind of getting thrown up? Look like tree bark. Obviously, it's still reading the wind at 7 miles an hour. Obviously, that's inaccurate. Look at those trees. Those are huge trees that's getting like shoved sideways almost. Again, this is a live camera from Ryan Hall. Ryan Hall, y'all. You all know who he is. Has cams on Weatherwise, providing us a live look at the storm that is right now warned for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts as it goes through Pikeville, Kentucky, out there in the eastern corner of the state. Look at those trees. Those are huge trees that are being shoved. I wonder why that's not. Let me look it up over here on the actual Hascams website, and I wonder if it'll work there. Let me pull this over here. It's still reading 7 miles an hour on the wind speed. Obviously, that's pretty, not right. Temperature dropped all the way down to 76. They're getting 23 lightning strikes per minute. Goodness. Look at this storm as it pushes through Pikeville. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for London, Irvine, Mount Vernon until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. That tornado warning should have been allowed to expire. That was in Hazard. McKee should be in their safe spots. My goodness, look at this weather camera. It's just getting rocked. Ryan Hall's camera is just getting rocked. Again, it's only rating 7 miles an hour in the wind. Obviously, something's broken there. This is obviously, look at those trees. Look in the bottom right corner. They're just getting rocked. This is like what you see out of a hurricane. They're just getting rocked out there in Pikeville, Virgie, Wayland, Betsy Lane, Williamson, Belfry. Just getting rocked with 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. I wish the wind reading was. I wish that was working. Obviously, it's not working. No way that's 7 miles an hour, right? Obviously. Look, the temperature dropped like crazy. It's down at 74 degrees. I'll get back to the radar here in just a second. I'm just looking at this camera from Pikeville, Kentucky, again, courtesy of Ryan Hall, y'all, and has cams on the WeatherWise app. Again, this storm has been warned going through Pikeville for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, an extremely dangerous situation, a destructive severe thunderstorm. By the way, shout out to Hascams because this is going through 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds right now, this camera, and it's just holding up like an absolute champion. Just holding up like an absolute champion. Oh, I hope I'm not jinxing it. That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was like in Jackson. Sorry to hear that. All right, we'll pull it off for now. I think we all get the. Whoa, whoa, never mind. Look at those trees. Move, raindrop. Look at those trees in the bottom right corner. Goodness gracious. Guys, those are huge trees. Those aren't your little baby trees you got in your front yard looking all cutesy. Okay, these are huge trees out here in the hollers, out here in Pikeville. Oh no, there goes the camera. The camera just got rocked off. No, I just jinxed it. Gosh. Yeah, I'd say that's 80-mile-an-hour winds. Those things were getting rocked. Ladies and gentlemen, they were getting rocked. We do have some strong thunderstorms back out here for Louisville, Shepherdsville, Bardstown, Springfield. Those are currently very easily to see, non-severe. Just some loud thunder showers, probably. Same thing can be said for Nicholasville, Harrisburg, Danville, and Richmond, where some loud thunder showers are happening as well with 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But obviously, the main headline right now is that 80-mile-an-hour severe wind that just went through Pikeville, Wheelwright, up there toward Williamson, Belfry. That's going to continue to push east through Belfry, Elkhorn City, Big Rock, and Freeburn, and then finally get the heck out of our state. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings over here for Beattyville, Booneville, Jackson, Island City, Buckhorn for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. McKee, Mount Vernon, Broadhead, Livingston, Anvil, Burning Springs, East Bernstadt for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Currently, there are 0 active tornado warnings. At least I know. Well, let me double check that before I put my foot in my mouth again. Yeah, no active tornado warnings right now. Jeez. No, I have very little concern for Richmond. Very little concern for Richmond. I can't believe that camera just got rocked like that. I gotta text the Hascams guy. I cannot believe that camera got rocked like that. I have no real concern for Meade or Hardin County. Are these going to go east of Barberville? It's going to be very close. Very close. Are you concerned for the London and Corbin area? Well, London's under a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for this line as it gets a little bit closer to you in about 40 minutes. I do think the worst of it's going to be east of London. Brandenburg, 0 concern. Any potential for tornadoes in London? Like 1% maybe. Yes, Bardstown's just a strong thunder shower. No real severe storms over here. Not even strong enough for a special weather statement either. So Bardstown is good. I got to run to the potty real quickly. If you guys want to take a look at this radar while I'm gone, I can get up. We now have a tornado warning for Pikeville. I mean, shoot. I mean, the way those trees were bending, it could be. It could be the way those trees were going and rocking. Absolutely could be. Let's look over here. Yeah, we do have a little bit of that notch coming out. It's not anything overly impressive, but we do have a little bit of that notch coming out. I don't really see any rotation anywhere else at this point, which is good news. We now have a tornado warning for Kemper, Phyllis, Lick Creek, Biggs, Feds Creek, Pawpaw. What in the world are these names out here? Raccoon out here in southeastern corner of the state. Tornado warning is active there. You still have your 80-mile-per-hour severe warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, guys. That's nothing to write home about or nothing to overlook. Whitesburg, Millstone, Jenkins, Elkhorn City, Pikeville, Freeburn, Williamson, Belfry, and McCarr and surrounding areas. Still have your severe warnings over here for Jackson, Beattyville, Booneville, Buckhorn, Island City, Juanita, Dice, Stacy, Hardshell for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. Then over here for Anvil, McKee, Greyhawk, Burning Springs, East Bernstadt, Livingston, Mount Vernon, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size tail is possible there. You do have strong thunder showers up here for Frankfort, Lawrenceburg, Springfield, Willisburg, Nicholasville, Harrodsburg, Danville, Richmond, but those are currently non-severe. We have another line of storms starting to approach. Let me see here. I gotta start keeping an eye on these ones now. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna lose my mind tonight. I already know it. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind tonight. We have almost 100,000 people in Kentucky. Hang on, let me refresh this. Yeah, almost 100,000 people in Kentucky without power right now. Most of which are coming from Powell County, Robertson County, Elliott County, Menifee County, and Lewis County. Yes, I saw the tornado warning in Pikeville. As country as you get in that Kentucky, that area, yeah. Oh, goodness me. Look at this. Look at this cloud out here in Nicholasville. Look at that. What an incredible line of storms. This has to be. I mean, this line of storms has been producing 60 to 100-mile-per-hour winds since all the way back up here in Illinois, Indiana, Michigan. And now it's heading into the Virginias, still producing 80-mile-an-hour winds. We have to be getting closer to retro status if we're not already there. Which derechos are not as common as most people think. What an incredible storm line today. Obviously incredible in the bad way. This is going to be a long 3 days, ain't it? James said. Yeah. It's got yeah. If you guys didn't know, we have more storms expected that are happening now. They're firing way earlier than the model data showed. We have more storms expected in the morning on Wednesday, in the evening on Wednesday night, in the morning on Thursday. I mean, just an incredible pattern that we have lying ahead here. And I want to thank you guys for choosing us to watch and listen to. Thank you guys very much. Thank you for liking and sharing. I'm probably just getting more hungry than anything, honestly. I'm starving. I'm gonna be 100% real and honest with you. I did not expect to be live this long. Not only did I not expect to be live this long, I did not expect this many high-level warnings. I really didn't. I thought we may see one or two for up to 70, maybe 180-mile-an-hour warning. I did not expect to see several of them. I mean, this is what you guys are watching unfold right now is a remarkable event that may go down in the history books. It may go down in the history books for a derecho in Kentucky on August 11th, 2026. It may very well. That's not hyperbole. We have 80-mile-an-hour recordings. You know what I mean? And now we have more severe storms firing off 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size tail once again in southern Indiana that we have to watch come close to Louisville, LaGrange, Taylorsville, Owenton. Same areas that have already been hit. I mean, it's just incredible. Just an incredible storm system. This is called Weatherwise. Austin, thank you very much. I appreciate you. The second line won't be as bad, right? It should not be as bad. can't remember the last time I've seen anything like this. What was it? What was it? Was it middle July? Is it middle July or late June? We had a similar system out here in Western Kentucky, Madisonville to Henderson. It wasn't as long lived as this one, though. Not nearly as long lived. I mean, this has been utterly impressive in all the wrong ways. I mean, it has been impressive what this storm system has done. I keep forgetting that's out. We got to go to radar scope and check the winds over here. That rotation that's happening out there east of Pikeville seems to be very broad. Is that an outflow boundary? Trying to see here. I don't really see any evidence of 80-mile-an-hour wind that are occurring. I do see quite a bit of 60 to 70. Checking the power outages again. We are now at over 100,000 people without power. I got to take a picture of this. Over 100,000 people without power. Getting that poster real quickly because I think it's important to get out. Okay, I got that posted out now. The worst winds everybody in Kentucky's had in a hot minute. Zach, sorry to hear that. Thank you for that report there. Again, if you guys have any pictures or videos, you can send them to our Facebook page, Weather Now Kentucky. Thank you, Travis, if you're in here watching. Pikeville, Kentucky says there's a tornado. There is a tornado warning east of Pikeville for Phyllis, Kemper, Raccoon, Biggs, Feds Creek, Lick Creek, Tunerville, and Popple. Someone said there's a mesoscale discussion out for the new round of storms. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Mesoscale discussion is out. Severe weather there for the severe thunderstorm watch 565. Okay, thunderstorms developing along and behind an outflow boundary may pose a transient risk for large hail and or severe gusts over the next couple of hours. However, these storms will likely remain within an environment unfavorable for substantial intensification and a prolonged severe threat. Latest surface observations and radar imagery depict an outflow boundary rapidly expanding westward as the cold pool associated with the robust MCS continues to expand. Okay, but compact MCS southwest of Indiana has shown steadily declining velocities. Okay, so basically what they're saying here is, yes, this is severe. Yes, it may continue to be severe for a little bit, but it should generally weaken. So the second line should be generally weakening. Thank God. All right, turn these back off now. Jiminy crickets. Check picking on our velocities on radar scope. I really don't see much rotation over here with that tornado warning. I don't really see rotation anywhere. If you're just now tuning in here with us, let's cover the recap of the warnings here that we have currently active. Broadhead, Mount Vernon, McKee, Livingston, Anvil, East Bernstadt, London, Burning Springs. Under that 60-mile-per-hour and quarter-sized hail, severe warning there. Jackson, Boonville, Buckhorn, Manchester, Hyden, Hazard, Daisy, Blackie, Cumberland, Everts, Harlan, Pathfork, Kaywood. I don't know how you say that. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, or I'm sorry, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is your severe warning there. We still have our 80-mile-per-hour extremely dangerous situation warning over here for Making, Jenkins, Elkhorn City, Pikeville, Kemper, Phyllis, Lick Creek, Feds Creek, Biggs, Papal, Majestic, Stopover, Argo, McAndrews, Princeton Fork, Belfry, and Williamson in far eastern Kentucky. Back out here in central Kentucky, Nicholasville, Harrodsburg, Danville, Stanford, Richmond, Springfield, Bloomfield, PRP up there in southwestern Jefferson County, Liberty. Strong thunder showers are ongoing, but those are non-severe. They have not been severe at all. Up here in central or southern Indiana, we have another round of storms that has developed, but is moving into an area that has seen obviously a significant storm event. So the odds are that it should weaken as it heads to the southeast. The only concern I have is there's an outflow boundary here. So what we could see happen is these storms catch up to that boundary, and we see a massive spark of thunder showers, and mainly going to carry a lot of a very healthy flash flooding risk inside of that red circle. Places like Hardinsburg, Litchfield, Elizabethtown, Bardstown, Taylorsville, Frankfort, Louisville, LaGrange. So we have a lot of threats going on right now. They have reduced the 80-mile-per-hour warning back down to 70 miles per hour. First time in about an hour and a half to 2 hours that we have been without an extremely dangerous situation warning, which is something I thought I would never say. Like, we are here watching a historic event occurring that started up in Michigan, Indiana, and Illinois, and has gone all the way through Kentucky, now heading down to the Carolinas and Virginias. Just an incredible storm system. What about Pippa Passes, Kentucky? Oh, Luke, I have zero idea where that's at, my friend. You have to give me a bigger city near you. Yes, Grayson, Kentucky is fine. And then we'll do it all again in the morning. That's correct. We'll do it all again Wednesday night. Now, I don't think it'll be this severe Wednesday night, folks, but it's still not going to be a fun one. We are stuck in a very, very windy pattern. We got 3-inch limbs broken from that MPing report there in just northwest of Jenkins, Kentucky. Not bad for hazard. You are in a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning, and it looks like the worst was probably past you. Will Corbin, Kentucky expect any tornado warnings? I do not expect tornado warnings in Corbin. I will say it's not impossible. I just don't accept it or expect it. You want me to DoorDash you any fish fillets? Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you, though. Do not expect anything for Bowling Green. Somerset gets missed again as always. Buddy, you had an EF4 level tornado come through there like a year ago. Please don't say that. How's Radcliffe looking later? Possibility for some strong storms later on tonight going into the overnight hours. Don't really have a major concern out there, though. How's Jackson? How's the worst past? Yes, the worst is past you. How much longer till it passes for Pikeville and Williamson? Williamson should be past the worst of it. Pikeville probably got about another 5 minutes on the eastern side of Pikeville. Taylor and Green, no real major concern for me. How bad is the second round going to be? Generally should be marginally severe. So we're talking about a much less of a severe system. Still can pose a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat, but that's manageable. Although NWS warnings coming in on time now, close to on time. I think they're still a little bit delayed, but much closer to being on time. You think there'll be any more bad weather in Cynthiana today? It's possible with that late night storm system or a late night round, but I say it's highly unlikely. Once in a lifetime event for Somerset, never see it again, in my opinion. Well, duh, but still, don't say it always misses you. There's been several times I've seen Somerset in a severe warning over the last year, just the last year alone. Like, I'm just saying that was a stupid statement. What about London? Again, in that severe warning, or just close to that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but I think the worst of it's going to be to your east. Yes, again, guys, everyone for tonight, everyone asking about tonight, that second round will come through for a lot of you, but it should be much weaker than this line. Crestwood and LaGrange timing. Again, it'll be late tonight into the overnight hours. Thank you very much, Todd. Whitley City, the worst of it will be to your east. You should be fine. What about hazard in that 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning? But the worst of it should be past you. Teresa, thank you very much, my friend. You don't have to be rude about it, though. Rude about what? Oh, my response to that guy? Hey, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Okay. Meade County, no real major concern in my opinion. Bowling Green, no concern at all. Yeah, Toby, I would agree with that. I'm just saying, man, like I don't know. I feel bad for Somerset. I drove through there after that tornado warning, but or that tornado that came through. So I got a soft spot there for Somerset in London. Just tuning in, how's it looking? Well, you have missed a historical event that has come through portions of Kentucky. Grayson, the worst of it's past you. Is there still considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Manchester? I do not believe so. No, 60-mile-per-hour is a warning there. Caleb, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you. Yes, Andy, it is weakening a little bit. What about Pikeville? Obviously had some incredibly strong winds come through there, but the worst of it should be past you. E-Town, I have no major concerns. Still a low wind severe threat, but I have no major concerns. I'll let you know if that changes. Gregory, thank you for that report out of Raven and Knott County, Kentucky. Is the worst of this Pacific line over? I think so. I think so. I'm not going to say a guarantee. The worst of that line is now entering into. I'm drawing a blank, Virginia. I don't know why I can't remember what freaking state that was for whatever reason. But this is the worst part of the line. It's going through Virginia now, so we're done with that part. This backside, we'll have to keep an eye on it, but it should be weaker. What about Monticello tonight? Again, I think the worst one's going to be to your east. And as far as the overnight hours, I don't really see much of a severe risk. I see circling in the sky, and I'm at Waynesburg. Should I worry? That doesn't mean a tornado could possibly form. These storms are all rotating a little bit, but as long as the rotation stays in the sky and stays elevated, you should be fine. Danielle, I really don't see much of a severe threat in Danville. I can't rule it out and say it's impossible, but I just don't see much of a threat. Where is Raccoon? It's over here somewhere, ain't it? Yeah, right here. They just put out another tornado warning, I think, or at least updated the one there in eastern Kentucky. I don't know. I have to be missing something. I have to be missing something. I don't see even a hint of rotation there. So I'm probably missing something. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit on the. I mean, I guess. Velocity. I'm going to guess it's because of this little notch in here and you get the deeper potential updraft there. I'm going to guess that's what that tornado warning is for. Montana, thank you for becoming a supporter on YouTube. Enjoy the ad-free experience. Thank you very much, Montana. Thank you for your 20 stars, Adriana. Sorry, I'm butchering that, but thank you. Chris Hall just posted London, Corbin, and Harlan, and a few others to seek shelter. Now, what do we do? I'm assuming he's saying that because there's a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Never a bad advice to seek shelter, but I don't see any rotations happening there as of now. I mean, there's a little bit of broad rotation here just north of East Bernstadt. Not anything overly impressive as of this point, but I'll keep an eye on it for you. Brady is just going to be late tonight into the overnight hours. I can't really get more specific on that because the line is just now forming. Again, the line later on tonight, folks, I still see a lot of people asking about the line later on tonight. It should be very low wind threat for everyone. Yes, it has passed Pikeville. My wife said it's getting a little windy in Ratcliffe. That's because of this outflow boundary that just kind of pushed through here. It's called a gust front outflow boundary. A little bit of brief winds. I hope my wife is surviving with the kids tonight. Do you think the bad part of it has left Raccoon? Yes. Yes, it's past Pikeville. See here. We currently have, oh, looks like the outage number came back down a little bit. Still about 100,000 on the power outages. Oh, I wanted to check that. Yeah. We still have numerous severe warnings down here for Livingston, Annville, East Bernstadt, London, Manchester, Hyden, Hazard, Juanita, Island City, Daisy, Whitesburg, Cumberland, Harlan, Path Fork. Again, these are all for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail being possible. Over there for Elkhorn City, Big Rock, and Freeburn, the far eastern corner of the state, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and a brief spin-up tornado is possible over there in that area. I want to say thank you to everyone that has tuned in once again. Thank you all for liking and sharing the video. I appreciate you guys a ton for doing that. It's free for you guys to do, and it helps us out a whole ton. So thank you guys for liking and sharing the video. We appreciate you guys and all the new followers and subscribers as well. Thank you guys very much. Okay. My Facebook's just not wanting to work. What about imminence? Not really exactly sure what imminence is. Let me. Oh, I have no concern for you. Again, keep an eye out for those strong storms to your northwest, but those should weaken by the time they get there. Keep an eye on it for you. Hey, George, so those storms near Somerset stay non severe? It's possible they can get severe, but as of right now, they have been non severe their entire life. So we'll keep an eye on it for you. Berea, Kentucky tonight, low wind threat for damaging winds. Flutter, Maysville should be fine, yes. Yes, Bloomfield is okay. I keep forgetting that's out. Let me go over to radar scope and check our velocities. Got a little bit of, is that rotation or is that just a little side lobe? It's a little side lobe. Still not seeing much rotation on that tornado warning over there just south of Phelps. Yeah, and it looks like the current sounding is showing over here toward London that these are going to be straight line winds as they come through. I don't see any rotation happening in the sky here on this weather sounding. StormNet AI is showing a damaging wind risk about to move into Somerset and London, East Bernstadt area. As far as tornado risk, the AI is showing pretty much nothing, which is always great news. Pretty much nothing on the tornado risk. As far as damaging winds, looks like it is trying to keep that line that's in southern Indiana a little bit active, but I think it's going to. I think it's going to struggle. Yeah, I don't really see much of a threat for Lexington. Damaging winds for Berea is possible, just and not likely. Taking a look at our velocities again. A little bit of broad rotation on that one in East Bernstadt, but again, not much in my opinion. That wasn't rotation in East Bernstadt. It it's very broad. Like it's not anything that's got me overly concerned at this point. London, just keep an eye on the East Bernstadt storm. Nelson County, no real major risks in my opinion. Dallas Shepherdsville looking for the night. Once again, that storm line can move through later on tonight, producing mainly a low wind damaging wind threat. Nothing like this one. chilly in here. What does he have that thermostat? 9. Jeez, no wonder I'm freezing. Just taking a look at our velocities here. Yeah, you can see that once very brief broad rotation has now gone in East Bernstadt. It's not there. And again, the weather sounding is showing mainly a straight line wind threat. If I click here near London, oh, wrong button. Try this again. If I click here near London, we can see those wind barbs are pretty much going all the same direction. Not really a bunch of a turn happening down here at the ground. So again, indicating to me, this is a straight line wind threat at this point. London, just keep an eye on that storm up there toward East Bernstadt. Jessica, thank you for your 100 stars. I appreciate that. Says just jumping in. How's E-Town or Ratcliffe? I have no real major concerns for those areas. Flutter, thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment, my friend. If anything does go severe for Somerset, do you think it would be closer to 60 miles per hour? That's correct. Any news about the Covington, Cincinnati area? I have no idea. I've been covering these storms live. I haven't had a chance to go back and look at reports yet. Stephanie, thank you for the update there. Oh no, I'm starting to get tired. Honey Hollow, thank you very much. I appreciate the update out of Anvil. It says getting rain, no wind. I am curious to see what happens when this cell comes together with this cell in East Bernstadt. I don't think anything will happen, but I'm curious. Okay, that portion of the strongest portion of the storm is now exiting Kentucky, heading into Virginia. So now we'll focus a little bit more over here toward London, East Bernstadt, Mount Vernon, Hyden, and Cumberland, where I'm really not seeing a whole lot of anything. I'm really not. I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm really not seeing a whole lot of anything over here. The Kentucky Mesonettes are not really picking up anything either. None of that's really changed. Over 103,000 people without power now. An incredible amount. I wouldn't be that terrified on London, honestly. I'll keep you guys updated, but I wouldn't be that terrified. Winds are rolling in on the Taylor Marion County line, Bobby Joe. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Madeline, thank you for the update out of Hyman, Kentucky. Eminence, no real concern up there. What's about to hit West Virginia near Roanoke area? I don't cover West Virginia, my friend. Is Pikeville okay? They had some rough winds come through there, but right now the worst of it's past Pikeville. Thank you again for all the likes and shares on the video, guys. I appreciate you guys a ton. We might have a downburst of winds about to happen in between London and East Bernstadt. See how you have the red next to the green here, but it's elongated. This to me screams downburst of winds may be about to occur, not tornado. And ironically, someone has said the wind is picking up in London. Yeah, I think it's going to end up being a downburst of winds. The atmosphere is just not really supporting. Let me see just to make sure. The atmosphere is just really, I think, just not supporting tornadic activity. See, let's pull up a. Yeah, so you look at the wind barbs here. You see how they're all going the same direction in a straight line. Straight line winds would be more the result there. You would need to see this at the bottom turning a little bit more. Like earlier, we pulled it up on the stream, and up there in northern Kentucky, all these wind barbs were going in a straight line, but at the ground, these were the complete opposite way. That means that these winds were rotating. Whereas down there in southeast Kentucky, they're all going the same direction. And yeah, so we have this elongated green, elongated red, downburst of winds about to occur between London and East Bernstadt, non tornadic. Yes, these storms are weakening some. Yes, Hyman is good now. We have another severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail for Somerset, Science Hill, London, Burnside, Corbin, and Manchester. Again, that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail in those areas. I just realized our asking up there, Moorhead, is down. Let's go ahead. Not updating anyway. You find a camera down here in the southeastern corner of the state. I actually have a camera here just south of London. Look at. And pull that bad boy up. Can you show Liberty, Kentucky and explain there? It seems bad. Liberty, Kentucky. Oh, right here? These are non-severe thunderstorms. You don't even have a special weather statement there, so you're fine at the moment. I'll let you know if that changes. Meade County might see the overnight round of storms, but should be mostly non-severe. Starting to thunder North Corbin. Yeah, you're probably hearing that thunder from London. Yeah, we continue to see the elongated red versus the elongated green, indicating a downburst of winds is occurring out there in London, Kentucky. Probably up to about 60 mile per hour. Quarter-sized hail also possible with it. We now have a severe warning for Liberty, close to Eubank. Well, it actually does not include Liberty, but very close. Walltown, Argyle, Eubank, again for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Kind of an expansion of that original one. Do I need a shelter here in East Bernstadt? Probably not. Probably stay inside and you'll be fine. Will there be more clusters coming through tonight? It's possible, Lauren, but they should be a little bit weaker than this one. Is Waynesburg and Eubank okay? They're currently under a severe warning for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. No need to worry for Berea tonight for tornadic activity. Sorry. Somerset under a severe warning for 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Probably going to go through the eastern side of Somerset. Corbin, Kentucky, the same thing. Got a halo stretch. Oh. Checking in on the storms up here in Indiana. It looks like they're weakening because it looks like they're going with a special weather statement instead of severe warning. So that's good. If you're up there in the Louisville area, that'll head toward you. Maybe northern Hardin County, northern Meade County, and then over here toward Shelbyville, LaGrange. Again, it looks like that line is weakening as expected. Thank goodness, because I don't know how much longer I can do this, folks. I did not prepare to be live this long. No, Logan. I'm Larkin. I'm not really sure where Ferguson is. Any tornado threat in Richmond? No. How long until the Waynesburg and Eubank area are good? Probably about 25 to 30 minutes. Are these slowing down? It seems like they're slowing down. Yeah, but they're about 35 miles per hour now. This was at 39 miles per hour, so they're slowing down a little bit. Just north of Manchester, south of McKee. It looks like 60 mile per hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail is possible. Do you think Hardin County will see severe storms tonight? Probably like 5% chance. How fast is the storm moving? About 35 to 40 miles per hour. What about Waynesburg and Stanford? Well, Stanford is currently clear from the worst of it. Is Waynesburg in the same area? I'm guessing. I have no idea where Waynesburg is. How long until London is good? Probably about 25 minutes or so. Hello, still loud, by the way. Just wanted to let you know. Okay, sounds good. Sure, he didn't need some. Winds are picking up in areas of Taylor County, Teresa. Thank you very much. I'm in London. What's the tornado chance? Like 0.5%. What about Independence? Will it storm again? It is possible. It is possible. Campbellsville, you are seeing, or just north of Campbellsville into Bradfordsville, seeing a strong thunder shower, non-severe. Same thing for Springfield, Willisburg, Barstown, Bloomfield, and Hillview, as well as the Mount Washington area. 50-mile-per-hour wind gust possible with all of those storms, but non-severe levels. Concerns for Manchester area close to Annville. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust to quarter-sized tails possible with those severe storms as they move through the next 25 to 35 minutes. West Liberty, Kentucky, hail and nados. No, the worst of it's past you, my friend. You already went through that earlier. Wind just got crazy in Campbellsville. Thank you for the update there. What about Stanford? The worst of it's past you, my friend. What about Argyle and Casey County? Well, I believe we've already covered Argyle being a severe warning for a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. Tiffany, NWS Jackson is having an issue communicating warnings. That's why you're not seeing some of the warnings come through, unfortunately. Any tornado threats for Manchester? Not in my opinion. It looks crazy in Louisville right now. You got a nice couple of strong thunder showers up there. Currently non-severe. Probably quite loud though. Checking in our radar scope, I see zero rotation near London, East Bernstadt, zero rotation near Manchester, zero rotation near Science Hill, Eubank. This part of the storm is past and out of Kentucky. I see zero rotation anywhere in Kentucky. Zero rotation. Watch as I say that they're going to issue a freaking tornado warning. That's how it always happens. What's the severe risk for us at the end of the night? Again, just look out for potential for brief damaging winds. Yeah, I bet it's very loud up there. A lot of lightning, I'm sure. Melanie, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, Jaslyn, you're under a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail in London for the next, technically says an hour, but it's not going to last an hour. Will the colder temperatures help with weakening the storms overnight? Well, yeah, somewhat. Because of the storm line, that secondary line should be way less strong. I still see a lot of people asking about the tonight storms, guys. Again, the answer will be the same for all of you. If you see a storm tonight, the main threat will be a very low wind, damaging wind threat. I don't expect that second line to be anything remarkable at all. What about Morristown, Tennessee? I don't even know where that's at, my friend. Dakota, thank you for the update out of Argyle. Let's take a look around the radar here once again. Still not really seeing any rotation happening. Oh my goodness. I want to check in on these. I haven't checked in on these storms really up here in north central Kentucky. Let's take a look here. Not a dang thing. Not a dang thing. Y'all are good. Y'all are good. Come on, storms, just die. We all want to go to sleep. At least I do. I know it's only 7 o'clock, but man, I'm sleepy. You think the band heading toward Louisville will turn severe? I would say it's possible. I just think it's unlikely. Anything going to happen in Hardin County? Again, it's a late night round of storms is possible. I think the severe chances are low. Someone keeps asking about imminence. The answer is still the same. That line will come through in probably an hour, 2 hours. Be a low end damaging wind threat. No real major risks, in my opinion. Telling in Hillview. Thank you for that update there. Yeah, there's a special weather statement there for small hail and 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. Kitty says got hit with a hailstorm on Mount Warren and Hillview. Oh, it's got a special weather statement on it. The hail's just not large enough to be severe warned. Jen, thank you very much. I appreciate that. What about Liberty? The worst of it's going to be past you already, my friend. Have a good night, Justin. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you to everyone that's liking and sharing the video, by the way. I appreciate you guys leaving a like on it and sharing the video. Thank you very much for your help. Oh, the velocity's fixed. The velocity's fixed, yes. We can stop using radar scope. Thank God. I don't like radar scope. London, East Bergstadt. Yeah, that's very clearly a downburst of straight line winds. I don't see anything tornadic about that. Oh, thank goodness we can stop using our radar scope, man. Thank goodness. Yeah, I don't see any rotation happening anywhere. What did we have here? I almost want to argue that might be a three body. No, it's not. It's offline. Looks like a nice little hell spike maybe about to occur towards Smithville. What's better than radar scope weather wise? This is what I'm using right now. The best part about it is it's free. Now there are some paid perks you can have, like the Tornado ID feature is pay. You have to pay for that. It's not that much though. Are you worried about E-Town and Hardin County? Not really, my friend. Do you think the storm in Somerset stays at a 60-mile-per-hour warning? Yes. What is the weather outlook for Lincoln? Will the weather in Somerset can't come up to the north or stay eastward? These storms moving southeast. Yeah, if you're paying for an app, you need to get WeatherWise. It's just so much better. You can make it look the way you want. It's got way more details. It looks way more clean. Like Radarscope is not bad. Like technically Radarscope is really good. It just like it's really hard to see the fine details on Radarscope. Whereas on WeatherWise, you've got satellite that looks phenomenally crispy. You got models that look really great. You can look at the models, the outlooks that look great. You know, composite radar, level 3 radar, level 2 radar is just so much better. I'll never use anything else. Definitely the best radar system you can use on your. It's so easy. It's so good. Carlisle got hit bad. Is that the one that was up there in northern Kentucky, or not northern, but eastern somewhere out here? I think I remember seeing that earlier. Nothing yet in Mount Washington. Thank you, Chris, for the update there. How's the storm in Barberville looking? Those are not severe near Barberville right now, but the ones to your north in London are severe with 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Take a look at our velocities again. I'm so happy this is working now. Gosh. I mean, it's just the detail is so much better. I'm still not really seeing a whole lot with these storms. I'm seeing a little bit of a downburst of winds. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. We've got 28 plus 30, 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts occurring just southwest of London. A little bit stronger over here toward east Somerset, towards Shopville and Stab, where we may be having 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts occurring. Overall, though, these are marginally severe at this point. My concern level is dropping rapidly. My concern level is dropping rapidly, which is great. I did not expect to be this stressed out today. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning up here for Rising Sun, Bellevue, Vive. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and baby hail. See what we got here. A little bit of a downburst of winds happening. Don't think that's really anything too remarkable. You handled worse stuff earlier up there. Lots of damage around the whole county. Allison, thank you for the update there. Sorry to hear that. Danville, again, I don't really expect much of a risk there. Patty, thank you very much for your compliment. I appreciate you. Almost 300 likes on the YouTube video. Thank you, guys. Let's see who's winning. Win it. YouTube is at 300 likes or 270 likes. Facebook is at 90. No, uh, it was not going to show me. Dude, Facebook has been just bad. Wait, what? Hang on. I got hit with a copyright strike on Facebook. Hang on. I'm looking this up real quickly. I got copyrighted for showing Ryan Hall's camera. Hmm. Interesting. Got a little bit of rotation happening now down here toward Kiwi. Kiwi and Lily. Not anything overly impressive, but a little bit of rotation happening there. Where's the tornado warning? WYMT says there's been one issue, but can't open their app to find out where. I don't see any tornado warnings. Let me look it up over here. Yeah, I don't see any tornado warnings. West Point, no real crazy risk. See what we got here. Super loud in Barstown. Thank you for the update there. Yeah, lots of lightning happening just to the north of Barstown, just to the east of Barstown as well. What about Harlan, Kentucky? Obviously, in that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail being possible in those warnings. What about E-Town and Radcliffe? Again, no real major risks in my opinion. Keep an eye out for damaging winds possible later on with that round of storms tonight. I don't know about you guys, but this doesn't look like it's weakening. What are these warnings for up here? 60, 60 quarter. Look at this big old outflow boundary. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, again, for everyone asking about tonight, there's going to be a round of storms late tonight, or I guess starting this evening, stretching into late tonight, that could produce a low wind damaging wind threat. Um, the answer is going to be the same for all of you, by the way. Corbin, Kentucky, just wondering if I should seek shelter. No, just remain indoors as a severe storm passes you. I don't think you really need to go seeking shelter. Is there any tornado risk tonight? No, not in my opinion. It wasn't bad in London at least where I was. Katie, thank you for the update there. Autumn, it'll just be late tonight, my friend. It was a lot cooler in Radcliffe. I just walked outside. Yeah, that was because that gust front that came through, little outflow boundary. What is the threat for Barberville? 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter sized hail. As that storm line toward London gets down to your area in about 40 minutes or so. Tony, it's possible. Yeah, Allison, that occurred a while ago, I believe. Gusty winds south of London, maybe push 30 to 40. Shane, thank you, man. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I really haven't been seeing much on the radar. I mean, I've seen up to 55, like some of these as brief downbursts may be occurring. 25 plus 25, yeah, 50. So, I mean, I don't know. I get putting the warnings out because of how crazy this line has been. If I got to be honest with you guys, I don't think these need warnings down here in southeastern Kentucky. Um, but again, you need an app before the late night storms. Probably some food too. I'm hoping that I can get a window to go get some dang food. I'm starving. Got dark quick and Kiwi. Thank you for the update there. How about Manchester, Kentucky? Again, mainly, I think the worst is probably going to be past you by now. Probably looking at 45, 55-mile-per-hour wind gust and some quarter-sized hail. The Somerset storm almost has supercell properties. I don't really see that, my friend. Just talking about like this little, I guess this little hook right here, but I think it's just a little side lobe feature. Yeah, it is, Jesse. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I'm seeing that is close to severe level is you got a little bit of a downburst happening east of Somerset and then west of Lilly. That looks to be about it. And that honestly, those are probably closer to 50 miles an hour than they are, 60. That's about all I'm seeing right now, which is a good thing. The storms are weakening. I told you they would weaken. They are weakening. So that's the good thing. Yes, there's going to be a lot. Someone said, are there other storms this week? Days. We will have several more rounds of storms through Friday. As far as it being as reckless as today was, it's going to be pretty hard to achieve. We had several 80-mile-an-hour wind readings. We had dozens of tornado warnings. So I doubt that our future storm lines will be this strong. But we'll keep an eye on it for you, let you know. Tammy, that should be fine. That should be fine. Are we at risk of a tornado in London, Eubank? No. How's it looking for Pineville, Bell County area? Again, I think the worst of it is past you there. Well, Pineville, sorry. I always confuse Pineville and Pikeville for whatever reason. Just keep an eye on those storms back out there toward London and Corbin. Those will be the storms you see later on. Summers is insane right now. Yeah, but there's a lot of lightning happening there. It's okay, James. You think Harlan would get anything tonight, or are we good? Well, Harlan's under that warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts to quarter size hail, but to be quite frank with you, I don't even know why that warning still exists. But strong thunderstorms all around that area. Be in your area soon. East Bernstedt, yeah, the answer still remains the same. I don't really see that. Feels so much better outside in bars. You guys keep saying this. I gotta see here. I'm about to walk outside and feel. Actually, I'm about to wrap up this broadcast. I'm gonna give it like 2 more scans, and if it keeps continuing to show this weak stuff, we're gonna just wrap up the broadcast here soon. Because I really don't see much. Now, again, there's a little bit of broad rotation all around between Somerset and London. But it's so broad. I think this is probably a downburst of winds with a little bit of hail involved. I really don't see much here, folks. Now, the nighttime storms will not be as bad as this one. What about Barberville? Once again, watch that London to Corbin storm. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat. Again, up here toward north central Kentucky, keeping out for these storms in southern Indiana that are producing 50 to 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Same thing for northern Kentucky over here for Warsaw, Vevay, close to Carrollton, approaching the Indiana border there, keeping out for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Again, much weaker than we saw earlier. What about Somerset? Once again, maybe a downburst of winds up to 50 miles per hour looks to be occurring or possible there. Do those Indiana storms have tornado potential? Not in my opinion. Yeah, Shelly, I definitely saw some rotation up there towards Indiana earlier today, so I wouldn't be surprised if you guys had some decent damage. Justin, thank you for your 99 stars. Sorry if I missed that. Says a little gift for you. Thank you, Justin. I'm sorry if you're still in here. Thank you very much, my friend. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh. Abigail, I see nothing happening there, my friend. Surely all of this right here. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You see all that blue there? Oh, negative 400. My gosh, I haven't seen that in a while. See all that blue there that you're seeing on your screen, ladies and gentlemen? That is what we call a negative storm fuel. This will work to help keep those storms tamed as they cross into Kentucky, the ones that are in Indiana right now. So this is, again, why I don't really feel like severe weather is going to be, a crazy thing tonight. Could we see a marginal severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts from these storms in southern Indiana as they cross into north central and northeastern Kentucky? Sure. But we're talking about what we saw with that first line, which was 80-mile-an-hour winds and stuff like that. I don't think there's even a shot in the dark that happens with the second line, okay? We have way too much negative storm fuel out there. Temperatures are cooling down because of that negative storm fuel. I highly doubt we see anything super violent from the second line, okay? Let me check this once more down here. Yeah, I don't see jack crap. All right, we're going to wrap up this broadcast. I know a lot of you are like, what the heck? The radar still looks crazy. It does look crazy, but these storms are weakening, okay? And we've been live for over 4 hours here. And I would stay live because of the Louisville storms, but I think those storms that are in Louisville are going to help weaken the storms that are behind in southern Indiana. So again, I think the storms are on the weakening trend. The answers are still the same for Burnside and Somerset for people that keep asking about that. Again, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts are occurring there. I think it's mostly below severe levels. There's a lot of lightning tonight with these storms. So these storms are going to be really loud. They're going to look really crazy, but they should mostly be non-severe. Okay? How's the rest of the week looking, Chief? Let me answer that tomorrow morning for you, Jade. Let me answer that tomorrow morning for you, or at least later on tonight. I got to go eat. I got to go see my kids before they go to bed. And again, I think most of these storms are on the weakening trend, okay? I will keep you updated with radar posts on Facebook and Twitter, so make sure you're following us on Facebook or Twitter. And if things continue or if things come back up, of course, I will go live once more for you guys. All right? But I think at this point, these storms should be on the weakening trend. I don't know. Let me look at this Indiana storm again. They just put out another severe warning for 60. Oh, for the hail. Okay, so these are elevated. So yeah, okay, we're good. Again, maybe briefly severe along the Ohio River here, but I think they will quickly weaken as they cross into Kentucky. Okay? All right. I will be live probably tomorrow. I'll give you guys post updates as well. But as of right now, again, London, Corbin, again, it's the same answer, folks. Those storms are weakening down there. Okay? You guys have been through much. I'm going to put it to you this way down there, London, Corbin, Barberville, Somerset areas. I'll put it to you like this, all right? You guys have been through much worse than what you're about to see or what you have seen tonight. You are going to be fine. Okay? I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. Until next time, stay safe, my friends.